I can see Bramwell is trying to be clever. Bramwell, is there an officer called Anastasia Sumbua in your department?
Yes, she's a...
What is her position?
She's a principal fire officer.
What is her qualification?
She's in theology.
Correct.
And
let's move to the next one. Just a minute.
Because disaster management...
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Is there somebody called Juliana Nzuki?
Correct.
What is her position?
I think she's also a principal, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. What is her qualification?
She has, I was just looking at it a minute ago.
So that it is not, Governor, it seems that we just perpetuate fake news on the media. Yeah. And it is intended to help you reallocate these resources in a manner that will be most efficient for the people of Nairobi. Juliana Nzuki has a degree in theology as well.
Can you confirm that, Bramwell?
I'll go through the list.
Bramwell, can you confirm that?
I can confirm that, Chair.
Good. Okay, let's go to Brian Kariuki, the Chief Fire Officer.
He's not Chief Fire Officer.
What is there is no gentleman called Brian Kariuki.
He is, but he's not the Chief Fire Officer.
What is his position?
He's probably just part of the fire team.
What is his qualification?
I would have to check.
He is a library, is a degree in library studies. You will check with me. Yes. Lastly, Chair, Disaster Management Officer, Belinda Anyango. Is she there?
Yes, she is.
What is her position?
I wouldn't, but I would agree with whatever she...
No, Bramwell. You are not going to...
But, Chair, I need to clarify
Bramwell,
something.
order. Yes. We will put you on oath.
Yes.
If you proceed that way. Senator Sifuna?
Yes. Bramwell, Belinda has a degree in tours and travel.
Okay.
Yes, there is a mismatch of skills in your department. And when we bring them up, it's not that because we have anything against you or against these officers. They could be more useful in other departments.
What is your current structure for responding to disasters and emergencies like the ones that are facing us today?
Okay, so I'll have the Chief Officer just come and explain the structure of the disaster sector.
Senator Sifuna?
Chair, I really would want to dissuade members here from being advocates of any agency or entity.
And use the same advice to
members. People are dying in floods.
I know.
People are in refugee camps. Our children cannot go back to school.
Yes.
Since independence, this is the second time that schools have been suspended. Even in the 1982 coup, schools' education was not suspended. So let us deal with this as a matter of national importance.
Respect, we are not saying
Governor Sakaja, please proceed.
It's an act of God. You cannot blame anybody.
Proceed, Governor.
You need to paint the actual picture. In Nairobi, nobody is going to be patient with you. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat that it's only been 1.5 years. This is one of those counties that you build the boat as you sail. Because nobody is going to wait for you. At the end of the day, somebody who requires those services, the roads, the medicine, the healthcare, is not going to sit back and say, oh, by the way, our governor is still dealing with the NMS problems.
Do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Table the following documents before the committee: management responses and accompanying annexures on the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for financial years 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and receiver of revenue statement for financial year 2021, 2022 for the County Executive of Nairobi. The documents are here.
Auditor General, have you been able to review the annexures and records that have been tabled by the Governor?
Thank you, Chair. The documents were received on, the responses and documents were received on 22nd April 2024, and we've been able to review.
Are you able to prosecute? Is there any reason why we should not proceed today?
No, Chair.
Clerk of the Senate, can you confirm that we got our copies in good time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do confirm that we got our copies within the timelines that have been set by the committee.
Okay. I think then we proceed, but we must first deal with the issue of the summons.
I don't know, is there a challenge that we should know? Because we don't want when we appear next, you'll also having been... I'm not canvassing for anybody to be employed, but I'm asking to ensure the comfort of the committee through the chair, because I know the stakes of Nairobi are quite high, but this is one of the counties where there is quite a number of acting, and one of the critical person is a county secretary, which essentially should be running most of the issues within the county, of course, under your guidance. Can you give us the comfort? Thank you, Chair.
Governor?
Chair, I want to give you the comfort. There's nothing wrong, Senator Cherargei. The confirmations are done by the Public Service Board, and that process is ongoing, especially for directors, as well as assistant directors. That process is ongoing. The rest is a function of the County Assembly, where we had presented a County Secretary who didn't make it, and we shall be issuing one more soon through the process. So please be comforted that everything is all right in Nairobi. Thank you, Chair.
I think as we progress, we will be able to establish whether them being in acting positions impairs their ability to render advice and to do the duties that they've been employed to do. And I think if we get to that point, as a Senate, we can give directives on what ought to be done. Senator Gataya.
Just a small concern. I don't know whether it's supposed to be a small concern or just something of His Excellency, my good friend Sakaja. You know, quite a number of counties borrow from you. You know, Nairobi is an exemplary, and you have in your composition carrying a contingent of so many men against about 3 women of. I mean, what is it that you are not able to bring Nairobi into parity with the other counties?
Yeah, I could say the same about the committee.
Yeah? Governor, you are treading on dangerous grounds. You are not the one, the committee has not been summoned. It's a Governor Nairobi who's been summoned.
Chair, there are actually more women than men serving in Nairobi, or who we've come with the specific sectors relating to this, the matters before us.
My Chair.
Senator Nyoka.
Excellency Governor, most things are about perception. The perception that I see in front of you is that you've got 19 men with 2 ladies. 3. And you know you are a defender of devolution, so am I the one who's confused or is it you?
Chair, actually, it's a great
Chair,
affirmation.
Your order, Governor Senator Dulo.
When he was in the Senate, he used to be a female gender activist, if that is the word I should use. I don't know whether the situation has changed when he became the governor. Thank you.
Chair, I still am a he for she. But this is an affirmation. The women, their sectors don't have audit issues. The ones with issues are the men. That's why they're the ones here. So the women are actually doing very well in the county. If you look at the CEC actually composition of Nairobi, we're above 30%. If you look at the chief officers as well, we are above the minimum threshold in terms of gender, and very serious dockets such as the CFO Finance Chair.
I think members going forward, I'm convinced that we must specify to the governors who should come before the Senate, and that then will help us to test whether their statements on gender inclusion is just the women have just been given catering roles or they've been given substantive roles. And Clerk, I think going forward, we must make it clear that for these proceedings, the CC Finance, the Chief Officer Finance, the Director Revenue, the Head of Procurement, the Head of HR, the County Secretary, and specific functions. So from there we can tell whether it's just lip service.
Apologize for the inconvenience this may cause. The committee deliberated on the content of this letter and resolved to issue summons to compel the appearance of the Governor of Nairobi. Chair, if you allow me, I'll read the summons that were issued to compel the appearance of the Governor.
Proceed.
Honorable Sakaja Arthur Johnson, Governor, Nairobi City County. Whereas pursuant to Article 1 to 29, 7 and 8 of the Constitution and Standing Order 193, 2B of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate County Public Accounts Committee is mandated to inter alia examine the reports of the Auditor General on the annual accounts of the county governments. And whereas by letter reference SEN stroke DGSC stroke CPAC stroke 2024 stroke 031 dated 14th March 2024, the committee invited you to appear before it on Monday 8th April 2024 to submit responses to queries raised for the financial years 2021-2022 and 2020-2021 and 21-22. The letter further directed you to submit advance copies of written responses to the queries on or before 1st April 2024, which request you failed to honor. And further, by reference NCC stroke CS stroke PAA stroke 309 dated 27th March 2024, which was received on 5th April 2024, you requested the committee to reschedule the meeting slated for 8th April 2024 to a future date. And further, whereas Article 125 of the Constitution and Sections 18 and 20 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act empowers the Senate and any of its committees to summon any person to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence or providing information. And further, whereas Section 23(1)A of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act states that no public officer shall refuse to produce before Parliament or a committee any book, paper, record, or document. Now, therefore, the County Public Accounts Committee summons you to appear before the committee in person at a meeting to be held on Monday, 6th May 2024 at Shimba Hills Hall, KCC. Of course, the venue was changed to this committee room 9. The committee further directs that you provide written responses to the Auditor General's report for the County Executive of Nairobi for the financial years 2020-21, 21-22, at least 15 days in advance of your scheduled appearance. You are further directed to submit the said copies of the written responses to the committee's queries to both the committee and to the Office of the Auditor General. Take note that should you fail to attend before the committee on the date and time specified in this summons or produce the documentation required by the committee, 1, the committee may impose upon you a fine not exceeding 500,000 shillings or may order for your arrest pursuant to Section 19(1) and 3, respectively, of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. 2, you may also be guilty of an offence in terms of Section 27(1)A, I, and C, 2, respectively, of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, for which you shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 200,000 shillings, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or to both such fine and imprisonment. And 3, you may also be liable to be found in breach of Section 23(1) of the Powers and Privileges Act, which in turn may constitute the passing of a House resolution pursuant to Section 23(3) of the Powers and Privileges Act. Given under my hand for and on behalf of the County Public Accounts Committee on 15th day of April 2024. It was signed by the Clerk of the Senate, J.M. Nyegenya, CBS. Chair,
who was served?
It was served on the Governor of Nairobi.
It was served on the Governor and acknowledged as such.
Yes.
Fine. In our summons, we requested or demanded 2 things: the appearance of the Governor in person. The Governor is here in person. Secondly, we demanded a response to the issues raised by the Office of the Auditor General. The Governor has tabled his written responses and supporting annexures. I think to allow us to progress, the only thing I will require of the Governor is to go on record as to the reasons for his non-appearance in the last meeting. I think that's important for it to go on record. And then we can decide whether that is satisfactory and whether that will allow us to proceed. Governor.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the 2 dates mentioned, the last date, Chair, I had traveled and had indicated that I requested for a scheduling of the meeting. I was out of the country for that week. And then I saw the summons, Chair. But that notwithstanding, I'm happy to be here today. It was a prior scheduled visit that I couldn't move. That's why I appealed for the indulgence of the committee. on that date. I think it was the 8th of April. And I think the earlier one was the 14th of March, Chair.
So, Clerk, in the summons, I think we must add a third demand, because you've demanded appearance in person, you've demanded written responses. We must also demand a written explanation for the non-appearance, including evidence of travel or evidence of commitment, because sometimes governors might just choose not to appear before the committee. So going forward, whenever we issue summons for non-appearance, that evidence must be put before the committee in writing, including any travel documents or travel-related documentation. Honorable members, the Powers and Privileges Act says where a person summoned does not appear, or where a person summoned appears and does not satisfy the committee may impose upon the person such a fine, and it's prescribed in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act. Is there any member who is dissatisfied with the explanation by the governor? Should we consider the fines that are provided for in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act? Senator Onyonka?
Chair, my opinion is that if the governor is able to present documents showing that he traveled and all that, I think then we can do a review.
Senator Mofaya?
Chair, I think His Excellency Governor Sakaja has been a member of Parliament for quite some time, and is very thorough on some issues. I don't know whether his absence of failure to appear before the committee was deliberate. So I think I agree with his presentation that he might have traveled, but of course I didn't have to go through your ruling that he has to prevent that's evidence that he was out of the country. So I think we should give him some benefit of doubt for that matter.
Senator Chiratke?
I think, Chair, the essence on powers and privileges is, and even the principles of natural justice, is they should be compelling reasons. And I hope the governor will provide us with the traveling documents, which I think it should not be a problem, as to why it did not appear. Of course, as a ranking member of Parliament who has been there for some time, I don't think he takes Parliament in vain. He must take Parliament seriously. And I want to believe, because he was my chair in Labour and Social Services, he used to teach me that Parliament must be respected. So I think, Chair, there should be compelling reasons, the provision of traveling documents, Chair, and any other documentation. And then from there, the ruling can be made. And like in the other county the other day, if there are no compelling reasons, then we go for full force of the law. But if there are compelling reasons, then it can mitigate the consequence and applications of powers and privileges. I thank you, Chair.
Senator Methu?
Chair, I know we are really pressed of time.
And remember, I'd asked for comments on those who are not satisfied with the governor's explanation. Proceed, Senator Methu.
Not necessarily not being satisfied, but I wanted to mention that and Governor Sakaja has been a member of Parliament. He knows that Parliament operates on its procedures and precedents. And the governor has said that he traveled. Last week, Honorable Chair, we were seized with the matter of a governor who had traveled. And from what we gathered, his reasons of travel were actually very compelling, because he had gone to pray. He had gone to Mecca to pray, if I actually remember very well. So I thought those reasons were compelling, but they didn't satisfy this committee that he should have left such an important legislative business of coming to appear before the Senate to go and pray. We actually fined that man. We told him that he should have prayed here, appeared before the Senate, and we move on. So Governor Sakaja has not even told us why he had traveled. At least that governor told us why he had traveled. He had traveled for prayers.
Is it your proposal that we impose the fine provided for in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act?
It is a precedent that has been set already by this committee.
Okay. Maybe to avoid a debate on it, remember you must be referring to the Isiolo case. when the clerk read out the chronology of events, it turned out that there were 5 invitations that had not been honored in a span of 1 year. I think in the case of Governor Sakaja, it was 1 invitation. So that perhaps might make a distinction between the two.
So in that case, then I drop my proposal of finding him.
Okay.
The other one had even gone ahead and disparaged the committee, but Senator Sakaja has never.
Senator Mariam Omar?
Chair, me, I have a different opinion, because when you write, when we wrote someone, it means that we are not satisfied with his response, that he has not attended. And today, when he come, there is no evidence that there is not a travel to wherever he's traveled. So I have different opinion, and also to make Senate to be having at least a teeth to buy with some, because when we write a summon letter, I don't think we have to debate on that. We totally go on summon issues. Sure.
Thank you, Senator Mariam Omar. Senator Sifuna?
Yeah, before Senator Sifuna,
Senator Dulo.
the statements made by Senator Methu should be expunged from this Hansard, because we didn't find, or rather we didn't even tell Governor for Isiolo he should not have traveled to Mecca, he should have prayed here. That statement never actually, we never presented that statement. So I think...
Chair, on point of order, Senator Dulo is out of order. You cannot gag. The freedom of opinion and expression is in the Constitution.
No, I'm on a point of order. How can you...
Okay, fine, members, let's, I believe we are probably saying the same things, and I agree with Senator Dulo that those reasons alluded to by Senator Methu were not tabled, and that's why I have said that in our summons, we must demand...
But Mr. Chairman Gross said that it was not tabled. The letter that was written to this committee by the county secretary said that the governor had traveled to Mecca for pilgrimage. That is on record.
Unfortunately not. So, members, just to ensure that our proceedings are orderly, going forward, we have already directed the clerk that where a summon is issued to compel appearance, then the summoned officer or the summoned governor must in writing state the reasons for an appearance and provide evidence of other commitments for the consideration of the committee, so that it is not an oral presentation that then generates debate. Senator Sifuna.
Chair, for me, my concern is that we are running out of time. As we were briefed during the meeting with the Auditor General, we have 55 unresolved issues, Governor, in the financial year ending June 2022 alone. So we'll abide the decision of the committee and beg that we move to discuss the more substantive report in detail.
Honourable members, having listened to your submissions, I think there've been a mixed opinion, which is perfectly in order, because a committee that does not have differing opinions is like a committee of sheep, and we are not a committee of sheep. But having weighed the responses, under the circumstances, Governor Sakaja, within this committee, I'm not talking about the totality of the Senate, in this committee, in this case, he was a first offender. I'm not talking about the Energy Committee, I'm not talking about those other manenos, but within this committee, this summons the governor was a first offender, and I will therefore direct that we proceed with the meeting.
Chair, if you allow me.
Governor?
If you allow me just
and
briefly.
Be careful not to reopen a Pandora's box.
No, I don't want to open any box. Chair, as Senator Cherargei alluded, I have been a ranking member of the Senate and the National Assembly, and I want to give assurance to the committee that I understand and respect the place of the Senate. As you've given a comparison, mine was a summon after 1 invite. Others are 5 missed invites. This is my 13th appearance before the Senate committees. On Friday, I was with Senator Onyonka in another committee. So let senators be assured that I do respect the place and the role of the Senate for oversight. I had no reason not to want to come, especially given the fact that The financial years we're looking at, years where I was here with you in the Senate. They're not my time in office. That notwithstanding, government continues in perpetuity, and Chair, I'll always be available for the Senate. I think there's a perception that was created that I have a problem coming to Senate. Chair, I love coming to Senate. In fact, over the past few days, I've been here a lot looking at the improvement works I've done around here. And I hope I'm the first one to use this committee room as in terms of governance. So please have that assurance that the reason why we've been able even to catch up to this financial year. I've come here on audit for 2017-18, 18-19, 19-20. We're now looking at 2021 and 21-22. Means I've come even more times than my predecessors combined, you know. And so I'm happy that even after today, we should be able now to be on time with us, even at the assembly.
It's important for the record, and it's also important for the House to allay that impression of non-cooperation. Members, I want us to go to the work
because you have said
us.
this for the record. Just 1 second, Honourable Chair.
Senator Methu.
For the 2 times that I have invited, because I'm also a chair of a committee, for the 2 times that I have invited the governor for Nairobi on matters to deal with Nairobi Water and Sanitation Company, he has appeared. So I confirm that what he has said is actually true.
I recall in the last parliament, the now governor for Makueni, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., said we should be very worried when governors come before committees happily. Let us proceed. Let us proceed. We shall proceed as follows. We've got 3 reports before us. We have spent time with the Auditor General looking at the issues that have been resolved and issues that are outstanding. Unfortunately, probably 95% of the issues raised by the Auditor General are still outstanding. We have taken time to go through the receipt of revenue statement, and we have taken the decision that we shall not prosecute the receipt of revenue statements today, because it has been brought to our attention that there is an ongoing inquiry in the County Assembly on the issue of systems and on-source revenue. And I think it would make sense for the Senate to allow the County Assembly to conclude that process and for the Senate to be informed by the report of the County Assembly. Because receipt of revenue is not just about bookkeeping and IPSAS compliance. We must also look at the environment. We must look at the systems, must look at the processes, and we must look at the procedures. So we'll stand down the receiver of revenue report today. Secondly, we have looked at the expenditure report, and there is a huge issue around pending bills, close to 100 billion Kenya shillings. The bulk of the pending bills relate to legal fees and statutory deductions, particularly pensions benefits. The committee has also taken the position that we shall first consider the reports of the various task forces established by Nairobi City County to help us understand the background and get a better picture on those accounts payables. But with respect to legal fees, the committee has resolved that we shall engage experts to help us review the contingent liabilities, especially the issues that have been flagged by the Office of the Auditor General, so that, again, it is not just a conversation around debit and credit, but it is a conversation that covers lawfulness and prudence of some of those accounts payables. So ROR, we defer, and the conversation on legal fees and account payables relating to statutory deductions, we will have a specific meeting to address that. Because we... Yes. Governor, the task force, you established various task forces to look into pending bills. Maybe you could just let us know what those task forces were, because my intention is at the end of it, we must direct that we share with the Senate copies of those reports. Without even going into the details of the reports, just tell us you set up this task force, they've reported, the reports are available, and then we can agree on when those reports can be presented to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairman, as you rightly put, when we got into office in August 2022, we found a huge pending bill in Nairobi. The outstanding liabilities were close to 100 billion. And out of that, 21 billion was legal fees owing to different lawyers. Others were decretable amounts, and others were ongoing cases. Chair, because of that, 21 billion is higher than the equitable share that Nairobi receives in a year. It is twice the on-source revenue. And many of them seemed, suspicious. And so I set up a task force to look into the pending, the outstanding liabilities in the, office of the county attorney. It was headed by Kamodho Eganjo. I brought in different professions in that task force. It wasn't just lawyers. Of course, there was the president of the LSK, then as a member of the task force.
We had,
Senator Cherokee?
Well, I appreciate, Chair, I don't know, because when you look at constitutional petition E003 of 2023 at Kitale High Court, it ruled that the formation of verification pending bills committee should not be done by counties, and it was declared unconstitutional. It should be exclusive domain of the Office of the Auditor General. So, Chair, while Governor is doing a lot in informing the committee what he has done, I don't know the implication of such ruling to what the Governor has already been informed, because the reading of this petition, and even Professor Nixon's also ruling, casts a shadow on the formation of verification committees. Because if it is unconstitutional now, where does it leave us? Because we might also be treading on because we are also the quasi-judicial process. So I don't know, with that declaration of unconstitutional on formation of verification committees by governors, I don't know where does it leave us, because as far as I know, in this petition E003 of 2023, constitutional petition, there is no indication that one has been appealed. So I don't know where it leaves us or the implication. Maybe that clarification.
Senator Sifuna?
Chair, I would really have a wish that Senator Cherargei allows the governor to complete that statement. Just allow the governor to complete the statement, then we will bring in those questions.
Even though Senator Cherargei has a valid point, because a presentation has been made before this committee by the legal department on the implications of that ruling. And if you recall, Vice Chair, the judge did not entirely throw out the work that had been done by task forces. There was a rider that the Auditor General, the Auditor General needs to be involved in validation. But going forward, I think there was what do you do with the task forces already established, and how do you proceed going forward? So there was that distinction. So maybe when the governor completes his analogy, we will now establish whether he's been setting up task forces after that ruling. I believe that these were done before that ruling was rendered.
Yes.
But if we are wrong, you can correct us.
Thank you. Thank you for your guidance, Chair. So I was explaining, when you find this huge pending bill, I set up this team, and I didn't want it just to be people of one profession, especially the legal profession, because that is what we were looking at with respect to the lawyers here. And so we had a few lawyers in that task force. We had supply chain management expert, one Mwenze. We had accountants, public finance experts from PKF, that is David Kabeberi. We had a tax master. And so the task force started their work, and they were reviewing. They were able to give us a preliminary report. But in the middle of that work is when the ruling, that's why I'm grateful my senator has asked that I conclude. That ruling came out, which more or less outlawed these task forces, saying that they usurp the power of the Auditor General. Of course, as Nairobi, we don't agree with that, and we've been exploring how to, because these task forces help us make administrative decisions. It is not an audit, a financial audit, like what the Auditor General would do. In fact, from the 21 billion, so far they had actually come to how it can be reduced to 10 billion. They had given us advice on how to restructure the office of the county attorney, just like the state law office. Just based on that preliminary, report, I was able to engage the SRC to allow us to retain advocates in-house who would reduce our reliance with external advocates. If you look at the bill of 21 billion, if the SRC allows us to have, 6 years post-admission, pay them 250,000 or so, then many of the things that don't need to go to court will not go to court. And so we're currently in the process of recruiting around 50 counsel to be in different sectors. Most of our matters are land issues, disputes that don't need to make it there. Having said that, when that process stopped, we asked our internal team, led by the Office of the County Attorney, to review files. They looked at, as of last week, 144 files that they've been able to look at. The initial 44, for instance, because earlier, the decision on how much should be charged was a very subjective decision made by an individual. But we've seen that when it's a team, for instance, the reduction from 5.6 billion to 2.4, I think, Solicitor General, County Solicitor, 2.4 billion, for instance, and they're still ongoing. Last week they were in Nevasha, just focusing on that. And so we'll continue with the internal process, but so that, and if you look at that ruling, so that we don't waste taxpayers' money, the task forces need to conclude what they did. Now, the legal quagmire we'll have is then, will the outcome of that task force be recognizable based on that ruling? And that's the advice we shall be seeking from the Senate. What we want really is to have some order and control with these liabilities from lawyers, And I would want, I'd urge even my senator to guide. If you look at some of the amounts charged, for instance, you have one advocate charging the county more than 10% of its own source revenue. I can give an example of a case if you allow me to. Somebody took us to court, took an MS and the county to court on the renovations at Uhuru Park, that were being done. That advocate then, who represented the county, charged the county 1.3 or so billion based on the value of Uhuru Park, as if Uhuru Park was being sold or was going. And you see, or another matter where there's a dispute between two, in an estate, a county estate, of an increase in rent. The entire quantum of that is 30,000 shillings, but the advocate charges you 60 million, shillings. So we really want advice on how to do, because I've been very hesitant to settle such fees. But that's the process. I've only set up one task force. That's the only one that we'd set up. The county had earlier set up one under PLO Lumumba. That was during the time of Governor Mike Sonko, that looked at the outstanding liabilities. That task force, the report was being utilized during that time. When you got in, instead of putting everything in the task forces, every sector had to take or to validate the outstanding liabilities through internal audit. So the internal auditor, the chief officer, had to say, yes, this is what, and sign off. Now, when you ask them to sign off, automatically it reduces, incidentally. So through that process, again, from the office of the internal auditor, there was a reduction in those outstanding liabilities. But by head of that...
We said we will not get into the details because my question is, what can the Senate consume at the moment out of those task forces? Is there a report that can be laid before the Senate that can guide us in considering the matters that are before us?
Yes, the earlier report was concluded. That was a PLO report from 2017. That one is available to be tabled.
The Kamotho Waiganjo report?
That one was not concluded. That's the one which we have a preliminary report, which we can still share. And that's the matter which we want to see whether do we appeal it, the ruling from Trans Nzoia. That's the one which only reached preliminary. There's no final report on the
let's not mix up the two issues, because we are clear that as a governor, nothing stops you from having some people advising you.
Yes.
So if the task forces are advisory, I think that is within the law. But if it's in competition with the mandate of the OAG, that's a completely different matter. So what are you able to table before the Senate?
As of now, Chair, I'm able to table the preliminary report of the Kamotho Waiganjo Task Force as we engage them to conclude. So we had paused that process.
You can present that to the Senate within the next 7 days?
Yes, sir. Yes, I can. Within the next 7 minutes, even I can present that.
Let's make it 7 days to be orderly, but if you can do it in 7 minutes, the better, so that members that can guide us in our conversation and in our approach towards the pending bills on legal fees.
Yes, Chair. And also, Chair, if you allow me to take this opportunity to correct a misconception. I saw, and I'm happy our friends from the Fourth Estate are here. Of course, we don't take that as sort of admissible in the House. That what was flagged was how 11 lawyers are owed 10 billion. But what was reported is that 11 lawyers were paid 10 billion. That is impossible, Chair. We would not be able to pay salaries. You know, that is our entire own source revenue. In that financial year, for instance, we only paid 287 million shillings. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to just to clarify that. But I'm sure when you get to that financial year, we can go to the details of this payment.
Senator Sifuna?
Governor, is it your position that a lawyer cannot rack up 1 billion in bills? Especially where there's... just a minute.
Yeah.
Because in your annexures, you'll find there are certain law firms, and we will get into the details, certain law firms that appear to have preference in terms of getting jobs from the county government. And if you add the multiplicity of the suits that they've represented, it is possible for amounts to reach that high.
Yes, but not on a single matter.
Yes.
You know, when it's one matter, and if you look at the value for money to wananchi, possibly a matter that didn't even need to go to court, there was no loss on the county. For instance, the case I've given of Uhuru Park, you know, paying that person 1.5 billion, which is even more than the amount it takes us to feed children for a whole year. You know, it might be right legally, but morally, you know, there's a conflict. That is why I would want advice, you know, to pay one person.
I think the point is we are dealing with a profession that is regulated. We've got the remuneration, advocates remuneration order and the laws that relate to that. So we need to be careful in the statements that we make, because they must be within the law. But of course, the role of this committee is about prudence and responsibility.
Yes.
Those are the principles of public finance, and it's a constitutional principle. Yes. Prudence and responsibility in utilization of public resources. So we need to ask ourselves whether the rules of certain professions introduce imprudence and irresponsibility in resource utilization. But members, since we have said we are going to have a separate hearing, maybe we can limit our contributions towards just the generalities rather than the details.
Chair, you know, I have to disclose that I am a former council member of the Law Society of Kenya. And whereas we agree that there are matters that are just manifestly, questionable and they should be looked into, there's also been this blanket condemnation of lawyers doing business with the county. You will find in most of these cases, there are letters of instruction, Governor, that originate from the county. There's correspondence between the government and those lawyers. There is even agreements on fees between the county government and some of these lawyers. Some of these matters have actually been taxed before the taxing masters in court, and with the rider that was given by Senator Umtata during the briefing, that if a taxation has resulted from a proper taxation and it was not a consent entered into between officials of your government and the lawyer, then really we should not demonize everybody. Because I also would agree that I cannot pay 1 billion shillings for a matter such as the one that you've raised of Uhuru Park. But I am hoping that those task forces have done the job of isolating the matters where an advocate was properly instructed, they did the job, because they're also very honest young lawyers trying to make a living in this city, and we shouldn't lump them together. And if it has gone through the process of taxation, Governor, and it's a proper taxation, not one that ended up with a consent order, then really those monies are payable. And it doesn't matter how long we run away from them, they should be paid.
Just hold on, Governor. Yeah. Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Chair.
Then Senator Charake.
Governor, I'm going to ask you just one question, and then the information I got is that Kisii County, before we had a task force which had been raised, which had been put together by the governor. In fact, there had been, and I want to raise up the bell on AOG, that actually on most of these pending bills, the OAG had already issued a report in most of the counties. what happened to that report? And the second issue, this comes to the question that Honorable my Secretary General has talked about, SG. This same committee sat here and we had a bill of 946 million from Machakos County for 4 years ago. I still haven't got an explanation how Machakos County got into a pending bill with the lawyers. And these lawyers actually were only 2 firms. I'm yet to get an explanation. So even when we are not passing aspersions on the legal fraternity, but the truth is most of these con jobs have been with the legal fraternity. I mean, let's just accept it. That's the way it is. So I need an explanation before we can even raise issues with the governor, because all these quirky deals have been done before even he came to office, but I know he needs to be answerable to that. At the same time, I would love to see what the Auditor General actually gave in terms of the reports and the audit you gave on most of these. Are we together? Yes, pending bills that need to be paid to the legal firms, because I know that Honorable Sifuna may not raise this issue, but Honorable Sifuna, I can tell you truthfully, I know friends of mine who've siphoned off 800 million from City Hall and they laugh at us.
Okay, let's not mix issues. And as you reflect also on, I think, must have been Kilifi and the element of internal collusion. Senator Cherarke.
Maybe to Governor, you know, I was worried when I saw that there were some lawyers who are being owed by the county such amount. And it is good you are put on record because I saw something on Twitter sometimes back, or X Corporation. But it seems you have legal counsel or a county solicitor and county attorney. You know, Governor, I don't know whether county has contested those legal fees. Because as your senator has indicated rightfully, the taxation, taxing master and what have you, so to allay fears, and by the way, the country should know that lawyers can be owed $1 billion because it depends with the value of what they are doing, and they are being guided by advocation remuneration order, which is regulated. But my only concern in prudent use as a county, have you gone ahead and maybe contested through the legal process, maybe moving to court, and your county solicitor and county attorney is here? Have you put in any measures to ensure it is being reviewed downwards to, so that it does not appear? By the way, Chair, it is not an offense that lawyers are being owed such huge colossal amount, but have you in the process contested or raised within the legal framework that is provided for the review of such amount, that so that you protect also the resources?
Okay, I'll take the governor's very brief response so that we don't get into the substance when you have said that we will have a special hearing on that. I think the governor is to provide us with the preliminary report, then we can take a view. But Governor, I'll allow you just a minute to respond to the concerns of the senators.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm happy that the committee shares in our concerns because of the issue of prudence, you know, on how we use these resources. Chair, I don't agree with blanket condemnation of the legal fraternity. In fact, the legal fraternity has really been helpful, you know, for us to exercise our mandate and to deliver to the people. But there are certain cases, and the report, you know, I'm just going through some of the interim recommendations. It highlights certain cases that are really just outliers, and those cases are really not acceptable. Yeah, and that is why in that task force I had the LSK represented, and the president of the LSK was there. In fact, even as if we refresh that team, the current president should take that position. I think the position is not an individual, but represent the fraternity. So the interest of lawyers is also looked at. There are so many cases, if you look at it, Chair, even if there's agreement from the county, sometimes some of them look like collusion, you know, that take us to court on this matter and then we shall represent ourselves like this. Or if somebody is saying, the bill is 1.5 billion, and the county says, no, that is too much. Reduce it to 1.45. You know, you've done nothing, you know. And so, in fact, at some point, I would really want this investigated, yeah, because these legal payments were used for a long time to just, you know, bankrupt many counties. and to siphon a lot of money. Many we have contested, Senator Cherargei, and we've been awarded costs actually on many matters. Some of the lawyers have helped us save our land that was, that has been taken. If you look at like the Kamuthi issue, some of these lawyers have helped us, restore public assets. We've been able to recover so much based on them, but there must be some objectivity. And then how is it sustainable then going forward? In as much as, yes, you have an advocate's remuneration order and those, provisions of the law, we can enter into service level agreements, with some of these lawyers. We can put them on retainers. Some of them, we can have them tied in different clusters based on expertise and the subject matter. Because you will never see a private sector company, whether it is EABL or Safaricom, being charged certain fees because they have entered into certain service level agreements, which is what we want to move to. So, Chair, I'll be very happy when we have that discussion for us to say what improvements then we're making in the Office of the County Attorney, what proposals we have. When I asked SRC, for instance, to allow me to pay advocates a certain amount, they asked for the justification. And the justification was the pending bill, 21 billion. By increasing the salary of a few people, we can, avoid that kind of exposure. And moving forward, how do we strengthen counties, law offices? How do we have, even when they come in as interns or as, what do you call it, when you're at the School of Law, as pupils, and have pupil masters at the county to help us. We've realized a lot of our issues can be solved by arbitration, that they don't even need to go to court. But when they go to court, the amounts that we are charged, the example I gave you is actually a court case, Nairobi Beach Club versus NCC, for instance, Chair. The problem was that the rent for the restaurant went from 20,000 to 60,000. The tenant sued NCC. NCC instructed a lawyer. The fee note of the lawyer is 105 million because of an increase of rent of 40,000, Chair. It is not a conveyancing. The restaurant is not being sold. So such cases are so many. And that is why they need to be looked at so that we can be prudent. Even if we must pay lawyers.
Thank you, Governor. Yeah. I think that members, we have agreed we'll have a special session on this. I think let's just close it by saying that we, as a Senate, we cannot override other laws that have already been established. The acts of parliament that govern remuneration of advocates, the Senate cannot rewrite it. The interest of the Senate would be to ensure that there's no collusion to defeat justice. The interest of the Senate would also be to ensure that the county is not losing due to inaction. And we have seen that the biggest component or a big component of those legal fees is interest, avoidable interest. And the interest of the Senate will be to ensure that there is prudence and responsibility. And that is why the County Attorneys Act was passed. And I think when we have that other conversation, we'll be asking for you to demonstrate to what extent you have complied with the requirements of the County Attorneys Act and whether that is bringing about the much-needed reforms and savings for Nairobi City County. Members, time is ticking. Allow us to now go straight to the report of the Auditor General. Governor, in our review of the report of the Auditor General, there is a matter that touches on a very live issue, which is disaster and emergency management in Nairobi City County. You will find it in the report of the Auditor General, and the report that I have has it as page 19. Page 19. Okay, so we'll proceed as follows. We'll start with the financial year 2021-2022, and then we will go back to 2020-2021. In the financial year 2021-2022, the Auditor General has raised a concern on failure to establish Nairobi City Disaster and Emergency Management Council. We know that we are having a live problem at the moment. We have, I don't know whether to call them an emergency or a disaster, in the form of the floods that are ravaging the country, and particularly the capital city of Nairobi. In the wisdom of the County Assembly of Nairobi, in 2015, the County Assembly passed the Nairobi City Disaster and Emergency Management Act. Amongst its provisions, it required the establishment of a disaster management council. It required the appointment of a director for disaster management. It required the establishment of a county disaster management fund, and it also required the processing of a county disaster management plan. I think this is a very live issue. It would be out of place for us to be discussing how face masks were bought in 2020 without starting with the issues that are current and live and have found their way in the report of the Auditor General. So, Auditor General, please read your finding there, and then the Governor may respond and perhaps give assurance to the residents of Nairobi that the law that was passed by the Assembly is being implemented as envisaged by the members of the County Assembly. Are we okay, Senator Methu? We're on the same page?
Yeah, yeah.
We are.
Check with your neighbor.
22. It's on 22.
The neighbor is okay.
Yeah. There, go page 19 there.
Okay, yeah, I think it's because we have decided to jump into the inner pages, but this is a very important live matter that we need to deal with, and it's in the Auditor General's report. Then we'll come back to the bookkeeping issues. So we proceed, Auditor General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Report of the Auditor General on County Executive of Nairobi City for the year ended 30th June 2022. Page 19, number 9. Failure to establish Nairobi City Disaster and Emergency Management Council. Note 9 to the financial statements reflects the other grants and payments totaling Kenya shillings 799,090,730, which includes emergency relief and refugee assistance civil contingency reserves of Kenya shillings 157,830,690. However, a review of the department's records revealed that the management did not establish a disaster and emergency management council, contrary to Section 4AF of the Nairobi City Disaster and Emergency Management Act 2015, which provides that there should be a disaster and emergency management council in the county, which should be responsible for settling relevant policies, approve plans, and oversee the implementation of risk reduction, preparedness, response, and recovery activities by all the county agencies and other agencies performing roles related to disaster management. Further, the county did not have clear guidelines on what constitutes disaster, emergency, pandemic, and which sector should coordinate this in case of any emergency. Absence of a disaster and emergency council may result in uncoordinated, poorly planned, lack of accountability, and inadequate facilities, which may result to a loss of funds. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law. Chair, thank you, Chair.
Okay, Governor, you may respond, and perhaps just start with what you had in your management response. Just read out your response.
Thank you, Chair. I have my copies.
Yeah, we should be seeing what you are seeing. So refer us to the appendix that has the memos.
It should be in the files. Volume 3. Chief Officer from the CC, giving a background or rather an update. Maybe I can just take you through the long and short of it, Chair.
Yeah, just tell us what, because a law was passed by the County Assembly and assented to. The law has not been repealed, it's not been suspended in court. So it is the law as it is, not the law as it ought to be.
Chair, from 20...
Order.
Sorry, yeah.
So your responsibility is to implement the law as it is. And if you need certain amendments, you cause that to be done through the County Assembly. You're in the executive, you're not in the legislature. So what is the problem of implementing the law as it is?
Thank you. Chair, from 2015, that law has actually not been implemented since it was passed because of several shortcomings that the law has. I may not agree with the assertion by the Auditor General that the lack of a council may result in uncoordinated policy, because this is specific to Nairobi. So Nairobi that has a law providing for that council. In many other counties don't have it, and it doesn't mean that they are uncoordinated or poorly planned. Chair, we reviewed. In fact, when we got in, we asked for a review of all the laws that have been passed within the county. If you remember, when I was senator, together with the senator from Makueni then, current Governor Mutula, we proposed a disaster risk management law that passed in the Senate that was going to create coordination not just within the county, but between the counties and the national government for better management of disasters, and not just management of disasters, but also mitigation, advance warning, early warning signs, advocacy around it, training young people, letting wananchi know what to do in case of an emergency, etc. While we've been pushing for that to be done, in the process that the county has been undertaking, if you look at the last memo, has been, first of all, justifying why we need to have a semi-autonomous body to deal with all disaster risk management. They looked at the shortcomings of that certain law in terms of composition of that council, in terms of how it relates to other entities that are not within the county. As a former legislator, I feel that actually the Senate law would be superior and would actually give us, a better foundation in dealing with disasters. You find that it goes against Mwongozo proposals in terms of having a very top-heavy council chaired by the deputy governor. It doesn't align with the current structures in the county. You find the chief officer is not mentioned there, yet the chief officer, disaster management, is the one who really is the core fulcrum of coordination. It only looks at fires, mainly. Nairobi has the more disasters. If you look at what we're dealing with currently, it's not just fires. It is floods, and there are many different types of disasters. So, Chair, the process and even the cabinet memo that came to us on the repeal of the law, which is what now the cabinet returned and said, instead of just repealing the law, create the new legal framework you're proposing, because, Chair, there's a doctrine of implied repeal when you bring a new law that then takes over the law that was there before. And so we're working on a new legislative framework that is similar to what I had proposed in the Senate together with the Governor Mutula, that even then had been poached by national government and presented through the leader of majority, Governor, what's his name? Honorable Ishungwa, that is before Parliament. And so we really need to review this. Chair, if you look at what's happening today in Nairobi, we're dealing with a huge crisis. We have 10 camps. We had 31 camps. We have 10 camps currently. We've lost close to 20 people in the city. Different sectors are expending their budgets. And that even convinces us why you don't need necessarily a fund. For instance, today, in all of these camps, people are having lunch and dinner prepared from the county by dish in a county. That is not in the disaster budget. That is a sector budget within wellness and nutrition. We are repairing 17 bridges that were washed away. These bridges are in different areas. From Madare, there's a bridge that connects Mukuru Kwanjenga and Lunga, and children study in the other side. There's a bridge between Kiambiu, where I was, and I've gone to all these places, Chair, connecting Viwandani, and there's Kiambiu and Jerusalem. There's so many bridges that we're repairing. The budget to sort out those bridges ideally should come from that sector, not necessarily from disaster. So we feel that one size fits all approach doesn't work. And so the reason that law has not been implemented since 2015 is that it's actually unimplementable. I wish earlier somebody would...
Order, Governor. I'm looking at the Act. What is the problem with the proposed council? Let's start from there. Because the council is chaired by the governor
The deputy governor.
The council shall consist of the deputy governor, who shall be the chairperson, and then there are various CECs, and then there is the county commissioner, the commandant of police, the Kenya Red Cross, representatives of the public, county director for disaster preparedness, etc., with a view to bringing a multi-agency approach towards disaster planning, coordination, and response. What is essentially wrong with that?
Actually, you know, without even calling it a council, we've been implementing that multi-agency approach. In fact, a few weeks or so ago, I had the regional commander, the county commissioner, and all national government administration officers, the regional police commander, and all his people until OCSs and our sub-county structures. They've already been brought together, and we work in that manner. Last week, I was able also now to rope in the parliamentarians, led by the senator of Nairobi, the MPs. We want to create such structures that now align with our current structure of government. This one that you have doesn't accord to the structures.
Is the problem that it is chaired by the deputy governor?
Or
what is the... I'm trying to understand what the problem is, because we do not want response to disasters and emergencies that follow the whims of the governor. And that is why we say public policy should be predictable and consistent. Yes. And so when you can see the law provides for that kind of council, even if there are agencies that wanted to assist Nairobi City County, they would go to the law and they will see the structures created by the law, and it would provide an entry point. They don't have to look for the governor wherever the governor is. So the law is there. The executive cannot repeal the law. It has to ask the assembly to either repeal or amend. So we've got the law as it is. Please just help us understand why we are not implementing the law as it is. You've given us various scenarios that make it unimplementable. But what is a consistent, predictable structure at the moment for managing disasters and emergencies in Nairobi, if not what is provided for in this act? And I'll allow maybe the senators just to put together their thoughts so that you can have one response. Senator Cherarkei.
Chair, maybe to Governor through you, Chair. At the moment, I've heard you are using multi-sectoral approach, especially to address the issue of floods in the city. What is the strength of the legal framework to allow you to be able to proceed with response to emergencies, noting that under, is it section 148 of the PMF Act, the law provides that at least 2% of the county revenue should be used to allocate for emergency disaster response. So what is the fate in your budgeting process, especially on the aspect of 2% of national revenue, because that is what the law says. County revenue, including equitable, shareable revenue, outsourced revenue, among other conditional grants. So what is the fate of that in terms of your budgetary process? Because these are live issue on the floods. And finally, Chair, I saw in your response, Governor, maybe just for the comfort of the committee, it has not been operationalized. I know, Chair, even there is a legislation that was passed by Parliament, I think Access to Information Act, that has never been operationalized, yet we passed in 2016 because of lack of regulations. So what is the status? I've heard you talking about memos to the county assembly. How soon will this law, with the necessary proposed amendments, will be operationalized as you have forwarded it to the county assembly? And finally, Chair, with your indulgence, you have said you are repairing 17 bridges, you are intervening through county in additional county. What is the status? How many people have we lost in Nairobi? How many are in distress with the current floods? And do we see any reprieve in terms of attention that needs to be done, courtesy of this response through the emergency? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Chair, I still go back to your question. What is the problem with the current legislation? And number two, from my understanding, and I'm sure Senator Governor Sakaja I remember they have worked on this with Senator Mutula Kilonzo then on this kind of legislation. The county legislation should be actually aligned to the national proposed legislation. So I think it's good to understand what are the problems in implementing that particular legislation. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna.
Governor, first of all, looking at that cabinet memo that was done by the county attorney, I think she was acting Christine Reri. It doesn't make clear to me what her problem was with the legislation before that the assembly had passed. And she doesn't even propose what remedies. I thought that is the work that she should be doing so that you are able to move forward. Number two, in fact, I agree with my chair that there needs to be a legal framework as opposed to ad hoc conversations, Governor. And I have to protest at this particular point your mischaracterization of the involvement of the members of parliament, because we were essentially there to be briefed by your office on the current situation on the flooding and the response, and for us to be updated on what was going on. It is not an existing structure. This is what the chair was saying, that we should have an existing structure where we know we have regular meetings as an organ or as an entity within the county for us to be able to discuss disaster response. This was just a meeting that we were asked to, and I remember, Chair, I asked for your permission to just dash there and be able to also be briefed on what was going on. Lastly, Governor, are you in a position to give us the current employees that work in disaster management within Nairobi and their and their respective qualifications? Because as you are aware, we have very serious doubt as to the capacity of some of those officers, that there might be a mismatch in the qualifications of some of those officers and the roles that they have been assigned. So is it possible for you to supply us with a list of every person who works in disaster management, from your fire officers to your disaster management officers, those ones, so that we are able to tell whether they are in fact in the right place in the county administration?
Finally, Senator Methu.
Maybe to follow up on the question that has been asked by Senator Sifuna, in the memo that was done by the county secretary, she actually notes that the law has not been repealed, so the law is valid and is in force. And then your chief officer for disaster management and coordination, Bramwell Simiyu, then wrote an advice to you, which was received by your office on the 22nd of November, 2023. And he gave a reason why he feels that this law should be overhauled. So I would want to know from you, what have you done on this particular advice that you've been given by your chief officer since November to date, because we are now in May?
Thank you, Senators. Governor, you definitely understand why we feel that this is the most important question to start with, because the people of Nairobi, following this conversation, would like to get some assurances that the governor of Nairobi and the government of Nairobi is in control of the situation, and it is perhaps doing better than the national government. We do not want you to be blamed for being clueless as the national government. You need to demonstrate to us that whatever you are doing is within the law.
Point of order, Chair. You cannot say national government is clueless. I think it is fair to use another term. Kindly.
The chair is never out of order.
No, I'm not saying you're out of order. I'm just saying you rephrase the word that you are using.
Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Senator Onyonke.
Honorable Cherarge, we can easily say that the government is confused.
No, Chair, but the national government have been working closely with the county government of Nairobi in alleviating the challenges of floods.
Let the governor demonstrate, and I would also want to hear from the governor.
Maybe you can say
what input the national government has had in terms of response to the disaster, so that we can figure out who is clueless between the national and the county government.
So I hope that word is dropped.
It is actually very important to know that the president is actually addressing floods in Nairobi this morning. He's in Mathare
At the
just
moment.
now.
Oh, okay,
At the moment.
let's come back to the governor's
At the
mandate and let's not confuse it
And
with the
Governor
mandate of the
had that
national
you have
Yeah,
government.
we are not dealing with the
Closely.
party issues here. Let's be realistic.
Governor, had
Governor-
through the chair, add that you have been working closely with the national government.
Please do not guide the
in
witness.
addressing- I'm
Governor,
not guiding. I'm just
Governor,
reminding
you may proceed. Senator Sifuna?
Chair, I really would want to dissuade members here from being advocates of any agency or entity.
And use the same advice to
But
not.
yeah, if you
Members,
mislead the
people
committee-
are dying in floods.
I know, that
People
is what
are
we are saying.
people.
Let's get away to
That
this
is what
People
we are
business
are
of
in
saying.
refugee
Chair,
camps.
Chair,
Our
Chair,
children
let us
cannot
also
go
be
back to
honest.
school.
Yes.
Since independence, this is the second time that schools have been suspended. Even in the 1982 coup, schools education was not suspended. So
Chair,
let us
we are
deal
not-
with this as a matter of
Chair, with
national
all due
importance.
respect, we are not saying
Governor
it's an act of
Sakaja,
God.
please
It's an
proceed.
act of God. You cannot blame anybody.
Proceed, Governor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. There are quite a number of questions. Maybe I'll start with the last, which was from Senator Medu, about the memo from the Chief Officer, Disaster Management. That is 2nd October 2023. If you look at that memo, actually the copy you have possibly has my directions. And my directions there in hand is approved look-up memo for cabinet to be able to pass it. And the chief officer was talking about a technical working group to review the existing legislation that we're talking about. And then there are the specific issues that we have in that act. Yeah, the specific issues, of course, what we've gotten from stakeholders and experts in disaster management having a problem with this current law. Civil society, so there's the issue of stakeholder engagement. The second issue was it overlooks the evolving threat landscape and has focused a lot just on fires. Of course, fires are big, you know, in Nairobi. In a month, sometimes you get up to 50 or 60. And so the memo talks about how, you see, the disposition of the county in terms of the approach we want to take in dealing with disaster is in conflict with that law. So we can't be implementing a law that we intend to repeal or in the process of reviewing.
Governor, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
You know at what point a memorandum is issued with respect to legislation.
Yes.
When the law is brought to a governor for assent, and the governor or the president has reservations to the law, they do a memorandum to the assembly. It is at that point that a memorandum is admissible. And for that memorandum to be overturned, it requires 2/3 of the members of the assembly. That is a proper place of a memo in legislation. This which comes later, once the law has been enacted, these are the thoughts of the executive. They do not stop the implementation of the law. And I think there's really no argument, because that's a process.
Yeah, the
as
memo-
a governor, you can do a memo before you append your signature.
Yeah, the memo I'm talking about is different. It's not a legislative memorandum.
Now, this other memo you're describing, this is a thought process of the executive.
Yes.
And it only makes sense to the Senate if these thoughts are conveyed to the Assembly for repeal or amendment of the law.
Yes.
So basically, we are talking about intentions rather than action. So perhaps just to allow us to move on, because we've got a lot of papers here, because the question has been, what is the problem with the law? And that's what you're attempting to explain through the memo. Assuming there was that problem, and it establishes a council, which in my view, I see nothing wrong. It requires a disaster and emergency plan. So tell us, do you have a disaster and emergency plan in Nairobi City County?
Chair, we do have a disaster management plan in the county.
The third thing it requires is appointment of a director for disaster and emergency. Do we have a director for disaster and emergency?
Yes, we do.
What's the name of the director?
the chief officer can explain the entire establishment. We're going to come there because that's one of the questions asked by Senator Sifuna.
No, because there are 4 critical things about this law. I'm just trying to figure out whether. So you've got a director for disaster and emergency.
There are 2 directors. There's one for disaster risk reduction. We'll give you the entire establishment. So it's not just one director. We're saying this law doesn't align with our current structure. That's why we're working on it.
No, but it's your structure to align with the law. It is not the law to align with your structure.
Yeah.
It's a law that drives your structure. It's not your structure that drives the law.
So as we're reviewing it, Chair, because you see, the implementer of the law is designed by the legislators. But when the implementers find a challenge with implementing it as it is, they propose amendments. And that is what we're doing.
Governor, are you sure if we went back to the records, we will not find that this law originated from the executive?
Possibly in 2015.
Yeah, so you be careful when you say that.
But this executive of 2023.
Yeah, the county government is a perpetual entity. And in fact, if you are coming up with questions 10 years later on a law that was passed and your predecessors have attempted to put in place some of the structures proposed, if you are finding challenges, what we're saying is that conversation cannot be had within cabinet. It should go to the assembly.
But it goes to the assembly after cabinet approval. The cabinet, that's what I'm explaining.
Fine, Governor, the disaster has befallen us. And I know you sitting in the Senate today is inconvenient because you ought to be out there leading rescue efforts.
As I've been.
So, beside all the English and the legalese and when memos should come, what is your current structure for responding to disasters and emergencies like the ones that are facing us today?
Okay, so I'll have the chief officer just come and explain the structure of the disaster sector. Then I shall go in and explain what we're doing with the current disaster. And then to explain to you our thinking. You know, even if it was legislated in 2015, that's why legislation is continuous. You do amendments, you change laws, you propose that this is not working, this is how we want it to work better. That is a continuous process that even the Senate is engaged in, Chair. So,
yes, and please be very precise. What's the name of the officer?
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Bramwell Simiu. I'm the County Chief Officer in charge of disaster management and coordination. And just to answer you on how you're dealing with this our current structure, we have the Disaster Risk Reduction Directorate, which focuses on mitigation and prevention of disasters. So this is a directorate that engages with the public and matters awareness, matters setting early warning systems, building community resilience through setting up some of the community volunteer response teams. Then we have the Directorate of Fire and Rescue, which really is a rescue agency, which focuses on responding to emergencies when called upon. The DRR unit also deals with matters of recovery, such as post-disaster support. Now, part of the reason we have challenges, Chairman and members, to implement this current law is that it's tailored around fire and rescue services. It does not give us the latitude to deal with matters mitigation or prevention or recovery adequately. And just to mention that this law was passed in 2015, but the disaster management sector was actually set up in 2018. Now, between 2018 and 2022, you will be aware, Chair, that we had a bit of political challenges, and for a large portion of that era, we didn't have a DG as sort of looked at within that law. So we were not able to operationalize it during that time. So when His Excellency took over, of course, one of the intentions was to, excuse me, then to operationalize this act. But having the opportunity as a subject matter experts and together with my colleagues in the sector, we were able then to look at three critical things. One was the leadership of disaster management, whether this particular act provided for that adequately, and it was found that it was there are major gaps in that. Secondly, we looked at the issue of command and control, as you correctly observed. in such as the current situation that we find ourselves in, when you look at the issue of command and control, the law does not give us a proper framework that allows us to be able to deal with incidents. That act also does not capture the full scope of hazards that we face, so that you look at it as more of a response to fire act, as opposed to becoming a modern dynamic.
Bramwell, you're taking us back to where I wanted us to exit. I no longer want the argument on the advantages or disadvantages of that law.
Okay.
I just want to understand, how are you currently responding to disasters and emergencies?
Yes.
Particularly the flooding disaster that we have right now.
Yes.
You have explained the directorate.
Yes.
So you have explained the tactical or operational bit of it.
Yes, Chair.
At the strategic level,
yes.
What do we have?
So, as His Excellency mentioned, despite not operationalizing the law, we actually have this multi-sectoral committee that consists of all the line essential services sectors. So we have public health, we have works, we have mobility, we have environment. I chair that committee. It also ropes in the sub-county administration team and the Ngao team as part of that team. So this is a team that...
When is the last time you met?
We met, I think, 2 weeks ago. We met 2 weeks ago.
That's still at operational level. I'm looking for strategic direction.
Yes.
Because ultimately,
yes.
I want to see how the governor fits into that structure.
So that committee is actually convened by His Excellency the Governor and the Regional Commissioner, Mr. Kate. But then the delegated day-to-day management of the council, I chair that as the chair of the...
So that's more or less the council. It's only that it's a governor who chairs it.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
So it appears the problem is that it was designated to be chaired by the deputy governor, because if you're saying that exists with the regional commissioner, police commandant, and all those things, it's basically what is in the law.
It's more or less the same.
It's more or less the same.
But
the only
no
difference
problem.
is the chair.
Yeah. No, I mean, the Act doesn't recognize the regional commander, for instance.
Yeah.
It doesn't bring in the police commander. It's at county level. So it's a similar thinking in terms of the kind of people you need around the table, but without those specific names. So when Kate sits there, the council, if you look at it clearly, has no regional commissioner. Nairobi is a bit different, where our regional commissioner, Nairobi is a region and a county at the same time. You know, so there are those differences, but operationally, even as recently as last week, I was chairing the same committee. But what we found, Chair, is that just as we're moving with the barrow system, it is more practical and impactful when we step down these teams to the sub-county. And so we have empowered the sub-county teams to have the machinery, the resources, the cash in terms of interest with the sub-county admins. They sit with the DCCs, they sit with the disaster management officer at the sub-county, together with the different agencies, so Red Cross, the police, all entities there, say, okay, there's this problem in Runda, for instance, or in Madare. We need to respond to it, and they're able to do it without having to come to City Hall. So what we have at City Hall is just the strategic leadership. It receives the reports from these places. Anything that needs to be escalated is then escalated to us. I can give you an example. What we're dealing with, for instance, in Dagoretti South, in Udhiruru, the Mitu, yesterday, were landslides. You know, the response to the landslides there in Udhiruru, the Mitu ward, and what needs to be done is very different from what we're dealing with in Mabatini, in Madare. But the Mabatini team in Madare has the capacity, the resources, and the ability to sort out the problem without this other one interfering. So, Chair, with the current disaster, because that is how we are currently structured, with the current disaster, for instance, I've been to all parts of the city, as you're saying rightfully, even today. I think this is the second time I've worn a suit. It was just today in the Labor Day, because I had to go. And even after that, I went straight to the ground, Kware and Viwandani. I've been to Mukuru, Kwa mattresses and blankets, and addressing certain challenges. In Enterprise Road, for instance, where it has been flooding. And that's why we've included in that council, in quotes, Kura and Kenha. They're not provided for there. But all of the challenges you see, like Thika Road being cut off today, UN Avenue being closed this morning, is not a Nairobi County road. It's a Kura road or a Kenha road. And you need them all to be able to engage with you on a day-to-day. We have made the strategic decision, for instance, to reduce the number of these camps. Because what you find, and I'll give you an example of Madare Vocational Center. During the day, you have 1,500 people who are at that camp. But at night, there are only 60. But during the day is when well-wishers are coming, when supplies are coming, when Dish and Account is offering lunch. And so when that is happening, people come. But at night, they find a way to go and sleep. So in this certain case, we don't want to create permanent, IDP camps. And what we've pushed now at the national level, when we've had the whole of nation approach, and what I've advised them, is because we have the lists of those who've been affected, that have been prepared jointly by the chiefs, the assistant county commissioners, my ward admins, the sub-county administrators, and the ward administrators. We know who are those affected from the 60,000 families. Even if you had stopped it at that point, leave alone as it keeps adding up, all of those people need to get a cash transfer, which is what we have pushed as Nairobi County. If you give them a cash transfer and the resources and rent for a number of months, the resilience of our people is that they shall find a place. They will find a place to stay and to move. But the dependency that you want to keep them in one place so that you keep giving them relief food and government then is seen to be working is not proper. Remember, there's a social construct that these people have. You cannot remove people from Madare and take them to a camp in Roysambu and expect them now again to integrate from there. There had been a proposal to create transitional housing. This is a proposal from the national government that part of the land, for instance, at Madare Hospital or the land at NYS has, that they provide this housing, construct temporary shelters, and have people come and stay there. And the county has been very opposed to that. Rather, we wanted to improve that argument and tell them, look,
you see,
problem.
Therein lies a problem.
Yeah.
That the national government is making proposals which do not sit well with the county,
yes.
And yet this council was supposed to be the point of convergence for the two levels of government. And that's why we're still pushing for implementation of the law.
Where the decisions are being made is above this council, Yeah. So the kind of
Can I
structure...
ask, Governor?
Yeah. Just let me finish explaining that
Just let me ask a question. Yeah. I agree with some of the sentiments. I just want to understand, have you shared these things you are telling us with the national government? Because we have said, even from the other side of the coalition, that you cannot tell people from Madare to look for higher ground.
Yeah.
And we keep hearing the president pronouncing himself. So you are admitting to the cluelessness of the national government that the senator was alluding to. Have you advised the president that this cannot work in Nairobi? I just want to know if you have shared those sentiments.
Chair, in point of order, I think we owe Kenyans to conduct proceedings that are decent, within our standing orders, and with respect. I don't think throwing words and trying to just...
so far, nothing has been said that is disrespectful. What we are establishing...
kindly, can you hear me out so that you rule?
Senator Cherargei, what we are establishing is a nexus between the national and county governments, and we would have expected that this council, would be the meeting of minds, would be the point of convergence. I think we are prosecuting this not for our coalition,
no, Chair, don't
but for
be
the people,
intimidated by your Secretary
but
General.
for the people
kindly,
of Nairobi.
Can you rise above partisan interests?
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Please, can you rise above partisan interests?
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Chair, sorry we are taking too long on this matter, which is also very important. But I think we have been explained what are the challenges the county is facing vis-a-vis the current legislation. We want to move forward so that we can be able to finish this in time. Can the county tell us when they are going to operationalize this particular legislation? Then we can be able to follow it up and make sure that Kenyans are safe in Nairobi. I think that should be the best way
so I think what's remaining, Governor, is what Senator Dulo has asked, but really for now, for the comfort of the leadership of Nairobi and the people of Nairobi, that commitment. Because what is worrying me is that it appears, for example, the cash transfers, where would they originate from? From the county or from the national government or from the disaster fund? So if they're coming from the national government, there needs to be a point of conversation, a point of convergence, because I do not want the governor of Nairobi to be called to meetings in official residences to discuss his constitutional mandate. As a Senate, we must stand firm and say that the governor of Nairobi is bound by certain laws, is bound by certain responsibilities that are constitutional, and we must allow him to execute without being bent this way or that way.
Chair.
But, if you do not stick to the law, you will be called for meetings over cups of tea, etc.
Yeah.
Things must be institutional, things must be consistent, and they must be predictable. So please just summarize your submission so that we go back to the accounting issues.
Chair, I can give you assurance, and the people of Nairobi, that this governor of Nairobi is not bent this way or that way. That one does not is not the case with this governor of Nairobi. In fact, in many instances, we're the ones who are guiding some of these responses by even the national government. This council that you're saying, Chair, and I agree with you, it's good to institutionalize, and because in as much as we've been operating it, it shouldn't be ad hoc. There I agree with you. But now the whole of nation approach sits actually above this council. That is chaired by the president, and myself, I'm there, and we have the PSs and cabinet secretaries from national government and the CECs from Nairobi. And that is where we've sat, and it's at that forum where I've explained to them that the approach being proposed might work in the rural areas, but for the capital, for Nairobi, we need a different approach. Not just because of the resilience, but just the social structure of our people. I'm very grateful. The national government has actually been very cooperative in terms of this current disaster. We've been able to guide them on where they need to, do some infrastructural work. The DG of Kenha, has been coming to City Hall. The DG of Kura, they've actually surprised. The default disposition of government normally is to have disdain to counties, and you know that. But on this particular instance, and I don't think it's because of my personal relationship with these people, they've actually deferred a lot to the county government. For instance, the engineers that we've sent joint teams between ourselves and Kura to assess quickly, interventions on some of these bridges, some that the county is doing, some that they are doing, has been exceptional. So, Chair, I agree with you as a legislator that the law needs to be implemented as it is. Those who passed it in 2015, never implemented it. In 2015, 16, 17, 2018 didn't implement it, 19, 20, 21, 22. Now when we come in 23, we know the kind of different entity we want to raise. If you look, I think we went on a visit, you must have been there when I was in the Senate, to Vancouver. I don't know if you're there. Yes, Senator Dulo and Senator Cherargei. You remember the structure of disaster response in the city of, in the state, in British Columbia and the entire province. And that they have an entity, the same way we have Nairobi Water Company, that you have an entity that now looks at disaster throughout the year, looks at mitigation, has the dashboards, has the response. Our emergency operations center, for instance, that we have in Nairobi is then coordinated with GSM. We know where the ambulances are. For now, we are using a short code number 1508. For anyone who's in trouble, they're calling it. That is the direction we want to go to. So even as you operationalize this council, which we will do because it's the law that is there now, we are still developing the legislation to create this semi-autonomous entity that then focuses on mitigation and then response, Chair.
I think you have dealt with the issues, save for the funding. Part of the requirement was to establish a fund, a disaster and emergency fund, which I believe is separate from the emergency fund that is established by the PFM. Were you able to come up with regulations for this fund, or that has not been operationalized?
Not yet, not yet. That has not been operationalized.
But the emergency fund exists?
It's not a fund. It's actually a vote to the sector. So the sector has a budget.
No. There's an emergency fund that is the 2% term of revenues that is required under the PFM.
Yes, that is there.
That has been established.
That has been established. It's not been resourced to that level, 2% of the revenue. Of course, because of obvious challenges. You look at, 2%, the exchequer releases, the budget that you've set up, the things that need to be done. So it's not resourced to that extent, but the fund does exist. The interventions that you're saying, for instance, the 7 billion that national government is talking about, that should also include these cash transfers. that will come from that national kitty. That is what we pushed. That is the position we put, because they have a contingent fund of 7 billion, you know. And we told them last year during El Nino, for instance, and Nairobi didn't flood, was because of the investment we had put in to the Green Army and equipment, and Nairobi County didn't get a shilling during that response. Possibly we were victims of our success, because they said, look, Nairobi is working, and I don't know where the money went to, but we didn't get resources that time. This time we're saying, first of all, before even giving us additional money, give us our exchequer release. You know, the last exchequer Nairobi got is February. Yet we're dealing with a crisis every day, you know, mainly through all source revenue. Because even when you send the exchequer release to the city of 1.7 billion, 1.3 is salaries, you know. We've not even put fuel. You've not spoken about the other recurrent issues. So all of this that you're seeing happening when we're going around with our DMOs, our community health promoters who are helping cook for these people in those camps, is just from our own source revenue.
Okay, let's bring this to a close. Senator Cherarkei, then Senator Sifuna.
Take. When are you going to operationalize that? Looking at the challenges we're facing right now, and we need immediate intervention. Give us timeline within which you should be able to.
Senator, you were not on record.
Oh, sorry.
Just repeat that. Just switch on your mic. Yeah, just repeat what you said so that it's captured.
Yeah, Governor, I'm saying, when are you thinking of operationalizing this whole process? Because it's really very important. You have seen the gaps, and Kenyans require that intervention as urgently as possible, and we must have the structure in place. Timeline within which you can be able to implement. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Should he respond, or it's related?
Okay. It's the same thing with the
Then Senator Cherarkei proceed so that the governor.
Through the chair, thank you, Governor, for highlighting the flourishing symbiotic relationship with your national government. One concern only is, Governor, one is how long will it take? Have you drafted the law? At what stage is it? The county's solicitor is here, because it's important. What law are you using at the moment? Because as per the law, the emergency fund should have at least 2% of the county revenue. Number two, Chair, living at the moment, I'd ask you this question, but I think because of explanation of technicalities through the chair, how many people, not across the country, we have lost in Nairobi City County through the ongoing floods across the country? Number two, how many Kenyans are in distress because of the effects of floods? Number three, how many Kenyans are displaced within the city? And finally, through the chair, because this is a live issue, it is an ongoing issue, how many schools or learning institutions have been affected across the county, the learning institutions that have been affected more so? And Chair, I heard him, with your indulgence, that he is repairing 17 bridges. I don't know how. Maybe you can assist us, because some of these roads, Governor, you'll agree with me, most of them are under Kenya Urban Roads Authority. The others are through Kenya. Others are through Kera. How are you able to repair these 17 bridges? Is it those within the informal settlement, or even within the roads that are being managed and run by Kura, Kera, and Kenya? And whether there has been support through the Ministry of Transport. I know the person in charge there is more active in FinRolls and Arambes, but how have you gotten that support to ensure they put in place? I thank you, Chair.
Senator Sifuna, would you want to ask the question now, or you want the governor to first respond to? Let him respond to those ones. Not the point of order I wanted to raise.
No, it's not a point of order. I take my job very seriously. I have serious work to undertake here, and I'll not be drawn into those sideshows.
Okay, Governor, respond to the two. I think was responding to the last part of his submission. Just a very brief response.
Chair, since we already passed the, and I'll really just ask for indulgence. We'll do a quick amendment to the Assembly. Within the next, I can commit 2 weeks. Yeah, we can have that legislative, intervention by us, because we feel very strongly the reason why even from 2015, even the people who passed it themselves were not able to implement it is because of those shortcomings. Chair, if you look at those actual provisions, for instance, when you talk about 2% to the emergency fund, without necessarily calling it that, the amount we've put in the sector is actually more than that 2%. We put a budget of 244 million. We've passed another supplementary addition of 300, which comes to 544. If you look at 2% of that last revenue, it would be possibly 400 million. So the resourcing is there, towards that area of disaster management. But we want to look at disaster management more than just responding to fires. Of course, we built new stations. We're building a fire station now in Gikomba. We're doing a station in Kangemi, additional one at what do you call this, Kiumbuini area. We're increasing our equipment. We are using more of digital, tech responses, so that at your EOC, which is the Emergency Operation Center, when somebody calls 1508 in case of an emergency, it shouldn't be, Bramwell saying, nani akona ambulance, nani akona, just automatically it sees where you're calling from and routes to you the nearest emergency support that you require, whether it's an ambulance, a fire engine, etc. Chair, the bridges is asking about the infrastructure that we're repairing. The infrastructure is all over the city. Hospital Road, Kiambu, Jerusalem, in Mathare North. A lot of it, actually half of the affected areas in Nairobi has been in Mathare, the Mathare River. The problem this time is that the rivers burst their banks, and so along, we have around 9 or so rivers in Nairobi, but the three main ones, Mathare River, Ngong River, and Nairobi River, are the ones that burst their banks. And if you see, even after the evacuation, there's been no more drowning in the city, where we've moved people from the riparian. There's been no more deaths caused by drowning, apart from some people who, you can see you're told not to drive or not to go across a bridge. And it's so sad when you see those videos of people being swept away and they had been told not to go. I saw that in Njiru, in Mwiki Clay City, that bridge where I went to, and now we're repairing the side rails of that bridge. I went to a place called Budalangi, where I had a similar problem. In fact, I suspect it's called Budalangi because of the flooding. That's in Kasarani. Went to Infinity, the lower lying areas where the Athi River is now, completely taken over. That is in Kamulu and Ruai in Kasarani constituency. If you go to Ngumba, we have a problem with the bridge, sorting it out. Huruma Madoya, Kisifut Bridge, Kiambi Uhuru. In fact, for full disclosure, the request to postpone school opening really came from Nairobi County. It's just that the minister announced it too late. I went and I said, look, in some of these areas where you've entirely cut off, the children in Kwaruben who go to school in Lungalunga, if schools are open, children will still try to find a way, and it will be very dangerous. And so we ask that please allow us to do emergency procurement to sort these bridges. And we said we'd need probably 5 to 6 days. If you go right now, work is going on in all of those bridges across the city. We just had one area, Tirop will remind me where it is. I think it's Mosque Road, a footbridge, where the water level was still too high for us to do the bridge. Some of these bridges were very low. I was in Nyando the Nyando Bridge in Kibra, where you have Lanisaba and Lily wards coming together. That's a motorable bridge. It was too low. Even as we do it, we'll now make it higher, so that even when the water levels rise, they will not be able to push away those bridges. So, Chair, that is our intervention for now. Allow us to send that legislative proposal, because the length it will take us to send it is the same period of time it will take us to activate this council.
Yeah, I think you are committed to the next, was it 2 months or 2 weeks?
2 weeks to have sent it.
Fine, let's, so where do we get this information you are sharing with the Senate? Do you have an information center so that I don't have to look for Sakaja to know about the bridges and the number of deaths and the interventions? Is there a central information point? Because that was also part of the mandates of that council. So, in the meantime, where do we get this information?
In the meantime, it should be on our website, because we've been given updates, and the updates that I give always, put up there. All inquiries we've channeled through 1508. We've asked the CA to also give us a more, a better number that is easier for Nairobians to remember, maybe 047 or something that we can still use for the county. That is, an emergency number. The problem is that if today you ask a Nairobian, if in case of a fire, what number do you call? Most don't know. And so we've been doing a campaign of, advertisements on radio, on TV, just letting people understand, what to do in case of an emergency, different protocols, how to test the water. And we're just trying to do much of that public information beyond just me going to the press. Because when I go to the press, then they get derailed and ask a lot of political questions. So sometimes you'll see Bram is the one who I send, so that it can be restricted to the areas of disaster.
Oh, okay. I think let's leave it at that. Senator Sifuna, is it a question or just a...
Yes, Governor, clarify for me. You said the county did not receive any money for the El Nino rains.
Yes.
What support have you received from national government for the current flooding? And also there was a pronouncement by the Deputy President during his visit to Mradi.
Yes.
Whether that money is now with you.
No. Nairobi County has not received money for disaster. And ideally we should not. We're able to if we get our resources that we're supposed to get. But the interventions that we've agreed can be handled by the national agencies. For instance, there is no need to send us money for the cash transfers, because these people have been identified by a joint team that has the national government officers and the county government officers. If it's easier for the national government to give that money, and mostly they do it through Red Cross, to give the money to Red Cross, to send the money directly, we're okay. It is easier, it will take us a shorter time than going through the COB and then saying which budget was this. It's actually easier for national government to be able to do that directly. Much of the support, for instance, on the bridges, that one has been now directly handled. So Kura is taking care of that. There are those that we're doing as a county based on our budget, but there are those that the national government is doing, which would be counted as support to Nairobi. But instead of giving us the money for us to now start procuring a new, contractor, they're able to now contract directly, and we're happy with that.
So what the support is not in cash; it's in kind.
There's no cash support.
It's in kind. It's through services, infrastructure.
It's through services, infrastructure. But the county is expending.
But is it quantifiable yet, or it's still flowing? So you can't quantify.
Well, it's quantifiable. I think we can be able to quantify what kind of support has been given.
Well,
so
what
far.
number would you put on it so far?
So it's not cash received by Nairobi, but the interventions the government is undertaking in Nairobi so far, I would put at around 500 million.
500 million.
Yes.
What about the other proclamation you're talking about? I'm not privy to it.
Sorry.
Yes, during Mradi, Governor, and because you have teams down there,
yeah.
If somebody stands up and says all the 40,000 victims are going to get 10,000 shillings, can you confirm to us if any of those people in those camps have received that money?
According to the county,
that would come to 400 million.
Yes,
I'd have to look at that. According to the county government, from what I know, and the CFO is here, that has not been done by the county government. So
I'm asking,
I can ask
from the national government.
Yeah.
You have your teams in the camps there. Can many of the affected people receive that money?
We can ask before the end of the meeting.
As you sit here, you can just say yes or no.
No, I don't want to give a wrong answer. Let me just ask the county admin.
Okay, and the Mradi one?
That's what I'm saying. I want to ask the sub-county admin to tell us if there was a proclamation by a member of the national government, a senior officer, that they will receive some amounts of money, they should be able to do it. So I want to find out if they actually received that money. I know some of these victims.
And that is the reason we started by insisting that we need to implement the law as it is to avoid the roadside proclamations. And so we hope that your disaster and emergency management response will be bound and guided by the law. Now, honorable members, I think we've done justice to this matter.
There was just one question the senator asked that I think would be good for you to have a response.
In a minute.
And to allay the issue of the qualifications of the staff in the sector. Because I had seen things before in social media that are not true. That the head of disaster has a degree in theology.
What degree does Bramwell have?
So Bramwell, though many disasters have.
No, let's start with Bramwell. Bramwell, what's your background? What's your qualification?
Chair, I have a degree in strategic management, a master's in strategic management, but I have a BA in English and literature.
In English and literature, I guess you need some English to manage disasters.
But I've also done a lot of short courses on disaster. But just to
And the other two directors?
So the other two directors, The director in charge of fire and rescue services has a BSc in disaster management and a diploma, and is currently doing a master's in crisis management at the what's it called, the defense college. That's the director. His deputy here.
Chair, perhaps because I'm the one who put up that post, allow me to guide this conversation.
I was going to answer.
I can see Bramwell is trying to be clever. Bramwell, is there an officer called Anastasia Sombua in your department?
Yes, she's a.
What is her position?
She's a principal fire officer.
What is her qualification?
She's in theology.
Correct.
And
let's move to the next one. Just a minute.
Because disaster management.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Is there somebody called Juliana Nziuki?
Correct.
What is her position?
I think she's also a principal, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. What is her qualification?
She has. I was just looking at it a minute ago.
So that it is not, Governor, it seems that we just perpetuate fake news on the media. Yeah. And it is intended to help you reallocate these resources in a manner that will be most efficient for the people of Nairobi. Juliana Nziuki has a degree in theology as well.
Can you confirm that, Bramwell?
I'll go through the list.
Bramwell, can you confirm that?
I can confirm that, Chair.
Good. Okay, let's go to Brian Kariuki, the Chief Fire Officer.
He's not Chief Fire Officer.
What is
there is no gentleman called Brian Kariuki.
He is, but he's not the Chief Fire Officer.
What is his position?
He's probably just part of the fire team.
What is his qualification?
I would have to check.
He is a library, is a degree in library studies. You will check with me. Yes. Lastly, Chair, Disaster Management Officer Belinda Anyango. Is she there?
Yes, she is.
What is her position?
I wouldn't, but I would agree with whatever she...
No, Bramwell. You are not going to...
But, Chair, I need to clarify
Bramwell,
something.
order. Yes. We will put you on oath.
Yes.
If you proceed that way. Senator Sifuna?
Yes. Bramwell, Belinda has a degree in tours and travel.
Okay.
Yes, there is a mismatch of skills in your department. And when we bring them up, it's not that because we have anything against you or against these officers. They could be more useful in other departments. That's the point that we are making. So you don't need to become defensive.
Chair, allow me to say
we have that matter rests there because
without due respect.
Order, Bramwell.
Without due respect, Chair. We just want need to clarify.
Governor, you must guide your officers that anything they say is through you, and if they insist on speaking, we must put them on oath. So I have ruled as a chair that the facts have been presented. You have theologians and librarians in the fire department. That's a fact. Whatever explanations you give, maybe they need to rearrange the books after the fire, or they need to pray for the people who have died. That can be dealt with later. Members, let us go back to the audit report. Let us go back to the audit report. The county executive walked in here at 12:10. It is 2:23. It is 2 hours later. We have dealt with a very important live matter, but it's only one out of 50, out of 55 issues. So allow me, members, for us to be able to make progress, to go back to the audit issues.
Because Senator Sifuna had asked about payments to victims, I had asked the governor to know how many Nairobians or the people that have died in Nairobi because of these floods, how many are in distress, so that it ties up with what Senator Sifuna was asking about the payment of 10,000.
Governor, that just state the number. Don't even explain. How many have died? Do you have the number? And how many are in distress? Just the number, without a story.
The number, Chair. Those who've died from flood-related issues, the number I have is 20.
20?
In Nairobi.
And those in distress?
60,000 families were affected.
60,000 families.
Yeah.
Families means households.
Individuals.
Households, not
individuals.
Not head count.
Individuals.
60,000 individuals.
Yes. So that's around 13,000 or so households, depending on, some households are small, others are
okay, I think that suffices. Senator Onyonka, could you allow us to proceed to...
Yes, proceed, sir, proceed.
Now go back to the accounting issues. And I think it is fair to the people of Nairobi to hear what the governor is doing to ease their suffering, but also for the governor to take note that the law needs to be followed. And there's a reason for that. In the financial year 2021-2022, The budget of Nairobi City County Executive was Nairobi City County Executive, in the statement of receipts and payments, had total receipts of 28 billion Kenya shillings, comprising, 29 billion. Am I reading the right ones? 28 billion, 28.2 billion.
Where are you?
I'm looking at the statement of receipts and payments for the year ended 30th of June 2022. It's in the financial statements. I want us to dispense with that issue of NMS, as we had discussed earlier, so that the governor is aware of our resolution. It's in the statement of receipts and payments. It's usually the first, just after the Auditor General's signature. Nairobi City County Executive had total receipts of 28.2 billion, comprising of 19 billion as exchequer releases, 8.9 billion as on-source revenue, and 1,442,000 as returned CRF issues. Out of the total receipts of 28.2 billion, Nairobi City County Executive transferred 13 billion to other government units. Out of the 13 billion transferred to other government units, 11.8 billion was transferred to the Nairobi Metropolitan Services. 11,847,311,056. Now, 11 billion out of 28 billion is something in the range of what? Is that 40%? That's almost 40% of what Nairobi received went to the Nairobi Metropolitan Service. The 11 billion that went to the Nairobi Metropolitan Service, we do not have an audit report on that 11 billion. And we take note that Article 187 of the Constitution says that even in the case where a function is transferred, responsibility for that function remains, constitutional responsibility for the performance of the function or exercise of the power shall remain with the government to which it is assigned by the 4th schedule. We have asked the Auditor General to tell us whether they have audited the 11 billion. They have said it has been audited under the financial statements of the presidency. We have directed the Auditor General to lay the financial statements or the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the presidency before the Senate, so that the Senate can interrogate the utilization of the 11 billion. The accounting officer of the presidency will need to appear before this committee, but the chief executive officer of Nairobi City County Executive, in this case the governor, to whom constitutional responsibility for performance of those functions rests, will also need to accompany the accounting officer of the presidency. So I needed to point that out because out of the 29 billion, there is 11 billion that we do not have visibility over. So, Auditor General, just go on record that you will table the report of the Auditor General.
Chair, we have confirmed that we'll be able to table the report of the Auditor General on the audit of the presidency for the period 2021-2022 before Senate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
With that in mind, let's now proceed and look at the amount of money that remained within the control of Nairobi City County.
Yeah, can I say something on that?
Can you confirm the 11B is also part of that, for the record?
Auditor General?
Chair, once we table the report, it's expected that the 11 billion will be part of that information.
Because it must be seen as a receipt.
Yes.
It must be reflected as a receipt.
Yes, Chair.
That will be the starting point.
Yes, Chair.
Did 11 billion come from Nairobi City County?
Yes. Thank you,
and
Chair.
if there's a problem there, then we'll know that the whole NMS was a booby trap.
Thank you, you, Chair.
Chair, just a quick one, a follow-up through the OAG and through you. Will it also, that report include the pending bill that or liabilities that were left under the de facto metropolitan services? Because as we are pointing right, the 13 billion under 2021, 2022, 2020, 2021 on 11 billion, will that report include the pending bill or bills that were incurred by Nairobi Metropolitan Services? Because I saw somewhere it's way beyond than 14 billion that on those transferred functions. I thank you, Chair.
Auditor General, are you aware of the contents of those financial statements and the report?
Thank you, Chair. We can check and confirm. However, in preparation of financial statements, it's a requirement that the pending bills are disclosed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Governor, you wanted to say something on that?
Yes, Chair. Chair, the people of Nairobi will be very happy with what you're doing. Very happy. Because it's not just, there's 11 billion. If you see the next column, the previous year, there's 10 billion from Nairobi to that entity. And the following year, there's also some money. The total amount that Nairobi County government sent to NMS was 27 billion. And then after that, a pending bill of 16 billion. So Nairobians need to be told how 43 billion was spent in 2 years. And that is while some projects were still being done by the national government. Nairobi County still maintained some element of payroll because of the staff who had not been seconded there. But 43 billion, you know, like the equivalent of Thika Highway, you know, which was 40 billion, must be accounted for. I'm very happy that the position was taken at IBEC, the first IBEC we attended, and later the Auditor General concurred, because there was an attempt to push these pending bills to Nairobi County government. And we said these outstanding liabilities incurred by entity that at the national level should not and cannot be pushed to the county government. Despite the constitutional responsibility remaining with us, when you invoke Article 187 to help a county, you can't leave it worse off than you found it. You should not. So the responsibility for the liabilities, I think, are placed in the right place. But that accountability, Chair, I just want to thank you for going in that direction.
Chair, if I remember correctly, and Governor, you were there, we did have a meeting with the Comptroller of State House. It was before this very committee. And there was a commitment from national government that those pending bills that were owed or due from NMS would not be put on our books. Perhaps what you need to update us on is how far has that conversation gone now? And in my most recent conversation with you on this particular issue, you indicated that, in fact, the handover process, there are still some outstanding issues in terms of handover of handing back of the functions and all the documentation back to the Nairobi County government. Has that process now been concluded?
Before you respond, let's get the intervention of Senator Nyonka.
Thank you, Chair. Governor, I happen to be very lucky that I sit in 3 different committees that have been dealing with this matter. I really hope today when you pronounce yourself that I would like to have the people who are responsible for NMS to just come and tell us what actually happened with NMS. Because this issue is not as simple as every time we are talking about for the last 2 years. All right. In fact, the other issue I wanted to raise, Chair, again, linked with NMS, is, Governor, I don't know whether I'm right on this one. Even the platform that you're using to collect revenue in Nairobi County, you don't even have the passwords. You don't even know where the servers are. That is
not true.
Okay, can you clarify on that? Because in the other committee, that's the impression we got.
No, that would be... Let's proceed in this manner, because I was giving directions on how to deal with the 11 billion. Now, the governor has open debate on it. I really wouldn't want us to debate it for long. So just deal with very briefly. I think Kato, you appeared alongside Kato when you are giving directions that they give you access to the servers. I think that's what Senator Onyonka is referring to. And we even directed that some officer be found, and that officer should provide access. So I hope that was complied with. And I also hope that the proclamation that the pending bills would remain the national government books was followed through. Just confirm that.
The pending bills, Chair, and the pronouncement was made at IBEC. We don't intend to, pay those outstanding liabilities that had been incurred at that time. And I'll give you an example. There was a bill of more than $1 billion owed to NHIF for insurance. And they had tried to push that down the throat of the county. I told them, listen, why are we being asked to pay for this $1 billion? Yet the staff at NMS were both county and national. There were staff from the national government sent to NMS. There were staff from the county government sent to NMS. Why is the bill a Nairobi County bill? And I told that PS Gadesha that, you people cannot try to untwist the county government or to bully the county government into paying for what you incurred. So Chair, the process of handover from an MS senator, the only things that are pending are now the files that are pending payment, because until they pay and conclude, they can't hand those to us, and we ask them to fast track so that we can finish these projects. Because now going forward, if, for instance, I'll give you an example of Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. One of the buildings has a pending payment owed. We want them to pay so that we continue and conclude that construction. And there are many other examples. The only two others really was City Park, that had gone under KFS during NMS time, the management of City Park. That one has been decreed. Of course, that comes back to us as a county government. Those Mama
Governor,
Margaret.
just clarify something for me. Isn't there a provision in your budget for completion of the works at Mama Lucy?
Yes, but you see, we can't until they hand over the Novate
Why
the
were you
contract.
budgeting for it, and you know for a fact that the process of handover has not been completed?
No, those are other projects. It's not one project at Mama Lucy.
But the one that is told that was begun by NMS, and there's another one at Mbagathi as well.
No, there are a number of different projects.
Yes,
Like
so
in Mbagathi,
why
there's
budget
Niku.
for them when we know it might not happen in this financial year?
No, those are not the stalled ones by NMS. Those are our own, the other projects.
We're beginning new projects.
They're projects that the county had started before, that NMS, for instance, didn't continue with.
So at
There are
Mama
also
Lucy,
new
at
projects.
Mama Lucy, what is the budget for? It's not the building that was told that was begun by.
We have to look at it
NMS.
because there's also a mother and child center. There's quite a bit going on in Mama Lucy. So you can tell me the exact budget line. I can tell you what it is.
Could we avoid getting into the specifics at this time, so we deal with the specifics when the Auditor General tables that report, so that we can now move on to something else, because that takes care of the 11 billion part of your revenue. Auditor General, this was an adverse opinion. When you come to the basis of the adverse opinion, your first finding is on compensation of employees. Already, Auditor General, you have given us an update, and so I will refer to the finding of the Auditor General as is in the report, just to be efficient and to save time. I will also refer to the response by the county government as per the management response tabled by the governor. We have reviewed it, and the Auditor General has told us that out of the amount that was queried, there was a variance of 313 million, where the breakdown was not provided. Now, the only comfort we take is that the expenditure is going down. At least it's not going up. But the Auditor General says that 1.1 billion of that 1.4 billion has been explained, and I can see that there is a table there. And the auditor tells us that the balance of 313 million has not been justified. Governor, could you explain that variance of 313 million?
Chair, do I read the entire management response or just point to?
Yeah, because I'm sure
what we
you're
have?
familiar with this report. We are also familiar with it. The Auditor General has given us a very detailed brief. The only thing that is pending there is accountability for 313 million. 1.1 billion, the Auditor General feels fairly satisfied.
Governor, there is a response at page 7 of your reply. That's what we would want.
Yeah, let's just go to that statement.
My document is a bit different, but let me just start. The compensation of employees of 6 billion, 6.4, reported in the financial statements.
Governor,
yeah.
you know sometimes even when you are moving, even in the committee of the whole, sometimes you say, I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as in the order paper.
Yes.
So that's for efficiency. So we have taken note of your written response, which is about 3 pages. The only part we have a question on is on the 313 million.
Thank you, Chair. So the response is as in my response. The 313 million, Chairman, is attributable to off-payroll items. They're off-payroll, according to the report, such as casuals, retiree terminal benefits, service gratuities, payments paid during the 2 financial years. And we've attached some documents: new employee hiring, staff exits, deed of transfer, and gazette notice on the deed of functions. I will have my CFO give you the details of
what the Auditor General is looking for, and what we are looking for, is a breakdown of those 313. Even if they are off-payroll items, they need to be broken down. Your first table as a total in Kenya shillings, and then your second table as a total count. We want total cash, not total count of movements.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the question. Chair, this particular question was addressing a bigger variance of 1.14B, which we've explained the cause of the variance. For the 313, as stated by His Excellency the Governor, these are items that usually do not appear in our IPPD byproduct, and they refer to casuals, retirees, and also those who are on contract, and we usually pay gratuities too. But the breakdown was not provided to the auditors, though that can be provided.
Well, if it was not provided, does it mean you didn't have the records?
The records are there, Chair.
Yeah, because if you list here, there were 43 deaths. If there are 43 deaths, there should be names, and the benefits that were paid to them. If there were 3 retirements at 50, it's persons who retire. So that breakdown ought to be provided. Governor, unless you guys are trying to conceal something.
Perhaps the Chair also clarify, because there's 5 annexures, Governor.
Yes.
Do those annexures speak to the question? Would the Chair find that information in those annexures, the amounts?
No. Chair, those annexures, actually, because you want a list of casuals,
yes.
You want the retiree terminal benefits, service gratuity payments in those 2 financial years, that is 2020, 21 and 21-22.
Yeah, so you may have misunderstood the query. So if you can provide this.
Yeah, so that's what we can provide, Chair. I think that would answer the 313.
Auditor General, is this part of what was coming to you at the last minute? Is this part of it, or it was payment vouchers?
Chair, there are payment vouchers for casuals, but for us to be able to extract this information, we need to clearly be given the listings of the names, as we said, and then their actual earnings, so that we can tally that figure and see whether it is totaling to 313.
So it has not been provided yet, because you mentioned to us that there were some payment vouchers that were presented at the last minute.
No, Chair.
This is not part of it.
Yes, Chair.
And since I know there are some queries where you'll be asking for time to verify the payment vouchers, Should we then direct the governor to provide this breakdown within 7 days so that you do the verification as you sort out the other payment vouchers?
That would be late, Chair.
Governor, can this breakdown be provided?
Let me have the Chief Officer PSM to answer him, not me.
No, I don't want a story. I just want to be told that this will be provided to the Auditor General.
She has said she will provide.
Within how many days how many days do you need? Within 7 days, so that Auditor General.
Chair, she has to be on record. Eh?
Yes. I can answer 7 days.
No. The chief officer, because she's the one to provide.
7 days.
Excuse me, Chair. Madam, could I please ask you a question? When you see such questions being asked, why is it that you're unable to provide the basic documentation analysis to the governor?
We are doing that because
that's not what I asked you.
Yes.
Why is it that you did not provide that information before you came here?
I was organizing with my team, and we've been trying to retrieve it. And even as we sit here, I'm in touch with them. And that is why when we give 7 days, we are sure by that time we'll be able to provide.
So the reason why you are not getting the documents was?
Some of them were still missing, but they are retrieving them.
Why are you not able even to say that in your report when Governor is answering the questions?
I'm sorry, sir.
You understand the problem we are having?
I do.
This is a matter that we should never interrogate here. Because you have the documents, you would have given them to him. Yeah. Or did you think we'll not be able to see?
No.
Ours is what in wajuaji. Tunaonanga kila kitu.
I understand.
In fact, Governor, you see, it is pointless for your team to go and attach documents that have no relevance at all to the question. So if effort is being spent in answering the wrong question, there's a problem in those departments, Governor. So that somebody comes up with 5 annexures of big volumes of documents that do not say anything to the query. So we're asking ourselves, was the question misunderstood? Or somebody is digging for the wrong documents for all this time and then says in 7 days they can get the correct documents? I'm a bit worried for you there.
I'm also worried. And people will answer now for themselves. Yeah. I know, of course, in as much as the chief officer, just like me, was not in the county at that time, you have staff who are there, who need to be able to give what is asked for by the Auditor General. Even if it's 2020, 2021, that should be. I hear what Senator Onyonka is saying.
Okay, I think let's proceed. That was Madam Opiata. Senator Sifuna is speculating that you have a degree in theology, but you don't look like you have a degree in theology. I don't think you'd pray for me. But just for the record, for it to go on record, because for Hansard purposes, they will need to capture the name and the officer who spoke. Just say your name and the function.
My name is Janet Opiata, Chief Officer Public Service. I have a degree, a Bachelor of Arts, social work. And then I am an HR practitioner.
A member of the Institute of HR Managers?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's sufficient.
Chair, a quick observation, under the Public Auditor Governor, and I agree with you that some officers might take their own responsibility. It is the responsibility to provide those documents when are needed by the auditor. Like this explanation that 7 days are being added. So the question is, under Section 1865 of the Public Audit Act, it contravenes the law of public auditing when a document is needed but it is not found. It only takes the Senate intervention, then that document is found. So, Governor, this management of auditing process, internal auditing and what have you, I know that is the work of CCM Finance and the department. What are you doing, Governor, through your office, Goodwill? Have you been able to have management meeting with the public, with the Office of the Auditor General, so that we don't have to discuss about provision of documentation, which should be a direct issue, Chair? So I think the issue here is just non-provision of documentation.
Chair, of course, the management meetings are held. the entire audit process. And the Auditor General can confirm that they have had sessions, with the team. But sometimes it reaches where an issue that is not resolved still will not be resolved. If these documents from 2020 are not there, what do we do? And you see, the Auditor General should help us. But yes, this issue we've marked as not yet resolved or partially resolved. How then can
Order, Governor, we have not reached there. You have said in 7 days you'll provide the breakdown for the 300 and something, because you have said there have been deaths and exits, etc. Unless you are saying that in the 7 days you are returning hot air. But we expect that in those 7 days you'll close that gap. Let's leave it at that, so that we take the decision upon the expiry of those 7 days.
Let's take the decision then. I'm sure there's some things we might not get, but at least, death, who died. Retirement at 50, that information must be there. Unpaid leave, most of this, I'll give the chief officer benefit of doubt when she says she can get this information.
Yes,
she should be able to get.
As a member of the institute, she's bound by certain professional codes of conduct. Let's expect that she will do the right thing. Let's then proceed to the next issue. This one, when we reviewed it, it raised a lot of queries, so I will ask the Auditor General to read it. I think it's about amounts owed to KPLC and Nairobi Water. Please read your finding, Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. Issue number 2, unsupported expenditure on use of goods and services. The statement of receipts and payments, as disclosed in Note 7 to the financial statements, reflects use of goods and services total expenditure amount of Kenya shillings 7,642,844,133. However, the examination of records revealed the following anomalies. 2.1, utility supplies and services. Review of records in support of utility supplies and services expenditure of Kenya shillings 156,511,724 revealed that payment vouchers amounting to Kenya shillings 100,862,069 paid to Kenya Power and Lightning Company Limited were not supported with invoices and bills from the company. Further, included in Annex 2 to the financial statements are pending accounts payable balance of Kenya shillings 26,270,995,418. The pending payable includes supply of services balance of Kenya shillings 22,929,252,921 as at 30th June 2022, which in turn includes a balance of Kenya shillings 304,812,436 and Kenya shillings 120,674,506 as at 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022, respectively, owing to KPLC. However, the KPLC, through letter referenced KPI/10B.2A FINL/10/2 dated 9th March 2022, indicates that the county owes the company an amount totaling to Kenya shillings 1,460,542,895. The discrepancy in the two sets of records was not explained. In addition, it was established that the county committed to pay the KPLC an amount of Kenya shillings 50 million every month with effect from January 2022. However, as at 30th June 2022, only an amount of Kenya shillings 156,511,724 had been paid instead of the total of Kenya shillings 300 million as committed in the letter. Similarly, review of the pending bills for the year under review revealed that county owed Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company an amount of Kenya shillings 249,199,058 for bills dating back to 2016-2017 financial year. Bills for the year 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022 have neither been paid nor included in the pending accounts payable. In addition, the management did not provide documents in support of payments, even remitted to Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. In the circumstances, the completeness and accuracy of the expenditure could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, you may read your response.
Sorry. Chair, the response that I will give is as per the document we submitted. But I'd like the CC, Finance, to expound on it.
Well, let him read it. And this is critical. That's why I asked the Auditor General to read his finding.
Okay.
I'd like your response to be read.
Chairman, the total amount of 1,460,542,895 relates to the outstanding amount of pending bills demanded by Kenya Power. In the above reference letter, with that reference number, dated 9th of March 2022. However, the above mentioned outstanding pending bill demanded by KPLC is being verified jointly by KPLC and Nairobi County to establish the status of all electricity accounts for the Nairobi City County held by Kenya Power and Lighting. The report will address the status of the outstanding KPLC pending bills. The verification will also establish the exact amount owed to KPLC for subsequent payment. Nairobi County is planning to have a debt swap due to the pending bill owed to Kenya Power for charges in Wayleaf. While Nairobi County committed to remit 50 million every month towards settlement of the outstanding power bills, as at the time of the agreement, this was, however, not tenable due to cash flow challenges. The county remitted a total of 156 million to KPLC and not 300 million, thereby realizing 52% towards the settlement of the outstanding debt. The cash flow constraints was due to unrealized on-source revenue. And if the chair will allow, I could expound a bit more on this.
You have not addressed the Nairobi water query. That's the end of your written response. They were jointly by KPLC and NCCG. When did that start? What is the scope of that exercise? Who is involved? And when shall it be concluded? We need very specific.
Chair, as we bring the dates, just get the specific dates.
Yeah, and Senator Sifuna, once you write on that.
Governor, one of the most concerning observations before you begin to expound is that there are no annexures to point to any of the things that the CEC of Finance is speaking about. So I don't know if you just want to speak off cuff or...
There are annexures.
Where are the annexures?
Volume Appendix 2.1.
But they are not referred to in your response. Because when we'll be writing our report, we'll probably not be able to replay the audio.
They are there in the second paragraph.
So 2.1, Governor, just go with
which appendix?
Chair, if you look at the second paragraph of in page 8, it says further included in Annex 2. Must be volume 1.
Where? Where have you referred to Appendix 2? In your management response?
The last paragraph in page 8.
On page 8?
Or that is...
That's a different matter.
No, it's the same
we
matter.
We are on page 9.
But it's the auditor's statement.
That's the auditor's statement, yeah. Governor.
So they should have indicated that.
So can we go with you to Annex 2?
Sorry?
We can go together to Annex 2 so that when you are expounding, we know what you're referring to.
So if you look at Annex 2...
Which one is Annex 2?
Volume?
Volume 1, Volume 2?
Volume 1.
Volume 1?
Yes.
Okay. Let's give us a second.
Yes, we are there.
So, it's a series of documents that shows correspondence between my county secretary, the PS, Treasury, starting in December of 2022, a schedule of verified bills to Kenya Power. If you go further, Chair, let me just get the title. The minutes of a meeting held by between Nairobi City County Government and Kenya Power, 14th November. That is a joint committee that we created to go look at this account. Because for a long time, you know, these utility companies will just give you a bill without verification. And they say you owe us $1 billion, you owe us 500 million. And so, if you look at that meeting between us and Kenya Power, it talks about reconciliation of the bills for Nairobi, verification of meters. Some meters were found, you know, reading other county governments. I think those Kiambu, those Turkana, Kisii county government, but bills being charged to Nairobi. Yeah. Now this process, Chair, started.
Chair.
Governor.
Sorry for the intervention. I just wanted to ask auditors whether they have managed to look at this, because in your brief you said you didn't see these attachments. Thank you.
Auditor General, these are appendices. They were not referred to in the written response. So if we didn't prod, perhaps we would not have gotten here.
Chair, we looked at their files, and in the brief we have said correspondences between the county and KPLC. And we have said management has explained the steps taken to address. So we've seen these correspondences.
Okay. Have you seen, Governor, the minutes you are referring to of the meeting of 14th November? Those minutes are not signed. So how do we know that Kenya Power have also taken ownership of these discussions? Am I missing a page?
14th November.
Yes. You've referred to those minutes. 20 are not signed. Yes.
As Chair, Governor, as you're looking at that, I wanted to, through the Chair, who is your internal auditor? Do you have an internal auditor?
Of course, yes, we do.
Yes, the reason why I'm asking that is that this report with these annexures, it is actually the internal audit office that should have, with the CEC finance, that should have put all this information, including the issues that you've raised yourself, as to why this bill was not correct or why it had challenges. The feeling I have is that your team basically has given you raw food, which has not been cooked either way.
No, Chair. I don't agree. I'm the one who asked for this process to start.
Yes, so
because I doubted those bills.
So the point is, what the Auditor General has told us is that yes, you've placed these documents with us here, but Your Excellency Governor, they are saying this doesn't mean anything whatsoever onto the problem you are trying to solve. And that is to show us, yes, the money has been paid, and yes, you've been trying to sort out the issue of Nairobi, but we haven't gone into knowing, one, whether the money was actually paid. Two, you have solved a wonderful problem for us because you have actually disclosed these accounts. You discovered that there are other places where the money was going. You get with me? Which for me obviously means somebody should do a reversal of that money or somebody should be held accountable. And number three, Governor, the truth is, when we interrogated this matter in the morning, we were unable to decide whether you've actually solved the problem or have you created a bigger one. So I think you get where I'm coming from.
Order, Governor. So take note of Senator Onyonka's comment. Senator Sifuna?
Yeah, Governor, these documents are very worrying because if you go to the minutes, you clarify why the minutes are not signed. But you can see there is, I think the pages are not numbered. So it is the last page there on resolution. On resolution, if we can go together. this essentially would represent the way forward from that meeting. That the county was to prepare an agreement letter to KPLC on the mode of payment of the pending bills and the monthly consumption. So you address whether that was done. KPLC to share accounts which were opened during NMS dispensation period. The most interesting thing, Governor, you will note that this meeting is happening on 14th of November, when you have essentially a way forward. But then you are hit by a demand 3 months later in February of 2023 of 1.7 billion shillings. And if you see the letter that your acting county secretary and head of county public service then writes back to KPLC, they don't even dispute the amounts that Kenya Power is claiming. They make no reference to the discussions of November. They just give a summary of what money has been paid. Governor.
Yes, Chair, can I answer all of them now? Or?
Yes, yeah, you may respond.
Thank you. Chair, first of all, for Senator Onyonka, what the Auditor General is saying is not that these documents are not, they want the process to be concluded. Yeah? There's a joint verification process that was commenced. It has at many times stopped. And we've kept writing to Kenya Power, please bring your officers back, we do the joint verification, because their bill is going down based on that verification. We found around, is it 300 accounts or so? 3,650 accounts that don't belong to us, that Nairobi has been charged and has been paying for in the past. Some you find it's a butchery somewhere. You find one is, I promise you, yeah? Schools. And you know, if you're not careful, you'll just end up using taxpayers' money for the wrong thing. And so once they realize that, and the engineers and our engineers are doing it together, I think Engineer Teropia is outside. The officers from Kenya Power would then back off because they're being exposed. That they've been charging Nairobi County. Nairobi County, I think, has been sitting duck for so long that whatever bill you throw at the county will pay. And that is what I refused. Maybe Charles can give details of that and where we are in that process between ourselves and Kenya Power.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. When His Excellency the Governor asked for a review of this debt that Kenya Power was claiming, at the time, Kenya Power gave us a list of electricity account numbers and meters that were numbering 11,935. And so we insisted that we want to do a verification exercise. It's not in the file. We can provide.
But the lists are available.
Yes,
you
it is available.
The list. Okay.
Yes.
Proceed.
So out of the 11,935, we set up a joint team led by the Department of Mobility at the county and Kenya Power. We had a contact person. The head in Nairobi County was the CEC in charge of mobility. By then it was Patrick Mbogo. And the side of Kenya Power was led by Irene Osiemo. They brought the engineers and we took our engineers and we began the verification exercise. It took months because we had to look at every meter physically. Of course, you know, a lot of these meters are street light meters. Chairman, we found 7,285 meters. We did not find 3,650 of these meters. And so we said we have to go to phase 2, where we decide that these meters that have not been found, what is the payment attached to it? Meaning, has money been paid into these meters? But Kenya Power insisted that no, these meters must exist. So we continue the verification exercise. Chair, at some point, because now they had sort of withdrawn their officers, they said that they had found 2,113 meters. And we told them, that is what you say. We want to see, because we were supposed to do it together. How did you proceed to then find on your own? These 2,113 meters had some money attached to it. So far, from that list of theirs, we have not traced over 3,000 meters. And the money that has, the debt allegedly owed attached to those 3,000 meters is 715 million as at February 2024.
Though CC, if I look at the letter by Kenya Power, I think it's a letter dated 23rd of February 2023. They are talking of settlement of debt for county health facilities. Then they've attached a table there, summary of the electricity debt. This is from Kenya Power. And on street lights, they have indicated they are 7,300, which ties with what you have said.
Chair, you are absolutely right.
So where's the contention?
So what we are saying is, as you are writing these letters, it is okay, we will get and respond, but let the verification continue. Because our position has always been, we will know the final exposure and debt once we finish the verification. And without the verification, these are just your claims based on your records.
Didn't you say your verification established 7,285 meters?
7,285 were found to be existent.
So you have no problem with that?
We have no problem with
the letter by Kenya Power talks of 7,372, a very small difference.
Yes.
So are you going to hold this exercise over the variance of 100 meters?
Those are street lights only.
No.
You're not understanding.
Those are street lights only.
Yes.
That's only street lights.
Yes.
You see, there are two things. Number one, you say there's these 11,000 accounts. I mean, the meters. We said, okay, let's go show us the meters. We find 3,000 are not there. So it's 7,000. Meters are not just street lights. Installations, there's a meter at the hospitals, etc. On top of the meters, there are also accounts that we're saying, no, this account does not belong to Nairobi County government. So that is the ongoing process. But we're saying, even as that is ongoing, because you're still using electricity every month, we keep paying a certain amount. Now, what we would appreciate as a resolution is that Kenya Power and the county be directed to conclude. Because what was happening was that our engineers and their teams were jointly signing off whatever they find. Now, their bill went down from From 1.7 billion to 900 million. Before we even concluded that what they were asking us to pay 1.7 went down to 900 before we concluded, and I know it can go down further. And thus they withdrew their teams. Because when you send out people to collect debt, and then they come back saying that actually what you send us to collect is actually much less, it exposes many things. So direction by Senate.
Just on that, there's a letter by the PS Treasury, Dr. Kipto, dated 8th of January 2024.
Yes.
On what basis did Dr. Kipto convey that bill of 2.3 billion?
This letter by Dr. Kipto was sent to all counties. It was after one of these national government meetings, and Kenya Power says we are owed. So they said, give us a list. And they sent this, because I called him and asked him, what is this you're sending to us? And we're having a joint verification process. And he explained, no, after following that meeting, we had to just send a demand to all the counties and all entities, including national government entities, NHIF, ministries, etc. So it was more or less a generic exercise, and they used, he didn't tell me where they came up with that 2.6.
Okay. But
if you look at my response, Chair.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
What are you holding in your books and accounts payable? Because you need to make a provision for this. In your books, even pending the completion of the verification, what is the amount owed to KPLC?
Chair,
in your books?
Chair, as you see, the verification is going on.
No. But for reporting purposes, accounts payable you must disclose. You must
456 million.
456. And 56 million.
Yes.
And on the other side, they're demanding 2.3.
Their demand keeps changing. There's 2.3 here. There was 1.7.
Now, KPLC is a listed company with a credit control department and with internal systems and procedures for debt collection.
Yes.
I don't think it is for the Senate to do debt collection for KPLC. There is a contractual relationship between KPLC and Nairobi City County government. Our concern really should be whether this delayed settlement invites any penalties on the part of Nairobi City County.
It shouldn't, because they're the ones delaying.
Chair, this blame game is part of a problem when you don't have both entities in the room at the same time. It reminds me of the discussion at the Health Committee about who walked out of the negotiations in March between government and the doctors. When you listen to the doctors, they say the government walked out. When you listen to the CS, he says he didn't walk out. So what we can do, Chair, to help the county government is to seek clarification from Kenya Power themselves on what happened to that process of verification. And then, if it is possible, Chair, you give a time period within which that process must be concluded. That way you have helped the people of Nairobi.
And how both people must sign off.
Secondly, Governor, when you talk about the debts owed to us as Nairobians on way leaves, do you have a figure? Before you even start talking about debt swaps, how much does Kenya Power owe Nairobi?
I'll have the CC answer that. In terms of the way leaves, they used to pay before. But if you look at my response, you see this letter that you read, Chair, from Treasury. There's what I have directed the CCM Finance. And I tell him, respond to the PS, appraising him of the reconciliation process, as well as now amounts owed to NCCG by Treasury, not by even Kenya Power. Because I said, okay, why don't you send us our equitable share if you want us to pay bills?
Governor, let's not get lost there because
the amount of way leaves.
Yes.
I think you can give an Charles.
Chairman, we had at some point in the past sent, and we can look for this correspondence, sent a demand to KPLC for 2.1 billion shillings. And the issue they raised is it is not legal for the county to charge them for way leaves. And I think that conversation went all the way to the National Cabinet, where they argued that if Nairobi County charges them for way leaves, then all the counties will then demand money for way leaves. And so I think in the conversations we had with them about the debt, we were pointing out that we are not asking for way leaves for the billions that are going across the county, but on the infrastructure that you have put on our road reserves, the county road reserves, that is what you should pay. And possibly, as an outcome of this sitting chairman, would be to get the opinion of the National Land Commission whether KPLC should pay Nairobi County for way leaves. That would be
the law, Kerich, that any street installations or infrastructure, any, should be payable?
Anybody who has infrastructure on our roadsides pays. All the fiber companies, Safaricom, Zuku, they all pay for way leaves. Now Kenya Power, apart from not paying for that way leave, has now become a carrier of fiber. If you look at Kenya Power cables, you'll find orange cables. Now they are carrying fiber and charging those fiber companies for way leave, but then they are not willing to then have a conversation with us.
Can you clarify to us, the 2.1 billion that you talk about, is it a computation of only the infrastructure on county road reserves?
Yes, only on county road reserves, without counting now the fiber that they have now started carrying.
Senator Dulo?
Chair, I want clarification on the 50 million, whether you are still paying, because you had an agreement with them. Because I can see a comment, I don't know by who, you've indicated on the 13th March that 50M has been paid. So if you are still paying and you are actually having issues with the total amount you owe KPLC, does it make sense? Yeah? That is number one. Number two, can you give us a copy of the agreement for this particular committee? Then number three, Chair, I'm sure out of the meters you are talking about, you mentioned that there are some that don't belong to you. And now that you are paying, is it possible that you have been paying meters that are not yours? And how much is involved? How are you going to claim back what you have paid for other meters that doesn't belong to Nairobi County?
Senator Cherargei?
Chair, looking at the Kenya Power, just like other statutory bodies, why don't we, because this is a serious issue, and I know several counties have this issue. I remember American Tower Company, I don't know whether CCM and Governor is aware, this company called American Tower Company were installing satellite dishes across counties. And one of the biggest challenge was being subjected to double taxation. My concern is Kenya Power has a lot of utility, and many counties, including Nandi, have pending bills with Kenya Power. I think it's high time as the committee that we need to invite Kenya Power, because now the county is ongoing with verification. They don't want to pay, and they want to be paid. And I think, Chair, alongside others, I think Kenya Power must appear before this committee to tell us on this agreement of 50 million per month and other disclosures that we need to know. And then it is mischievous, and Governor has gone on record that there are meters that they were paying on behalf of Kenya Power, on behalf of other entities like schools. I hope he means schools from primary to secondary to private schools. Yes, like private schools, that's a very serious issue that we must have Kenya Power to appear before this committee and tell us, because we know Kenya Power do not take their issue seriously. They always like, you go there and you ask them, they just give you a bill of 20,000, 50,000, 1 million shillings. I think I agree with the county that let Kenya Power, if they are being owed this amount of 1.4 billion, they must be able to break down and tell us these meters of street lighting, it belongs to street lighting, this and this is their meter, it belongs to the county government of Nairobi, how much I need to be paid, so that it becomes easy, Chair. So my request, looking at the money being owed, is a lot of billions of shillings, so that when we're asking this question, Kenya Power also is seated, so that we can get the true position of what is really happening. And that is how we can assist because if we make a pronunciation today, Chair, and direct that Kenya Power charges on only meter that belongs to Nairobi City County, yet verification is ongoing, would not be in our assistance to the county government. I think they need to appear so that, and also alongside county government, so that we are able to separate and know who should pay for what.
Okay, Governor, because I want us to move on, there's evidence before us of correspondence and active discussion of the matter. As I said earlier, KPLC is a listed company. They've got their credit control departments, debt collection strategies, and we cannot do it for them. Even if it was to be established that you owe KPLC 1.4 billion, that would be probably 10% or 12% of your own source revenue. It's still a very significant amount. I think what the Senate can direct is to fast track the verification, to enable settlement of the outstanding dues, but also to ensure that there's a reasonable estimate in your accounts payable. Because if you have 400 and they're demanding 2 billion, that tells you that there's a big problem. But we would be extremely concerned if this protracted verification occasions additional expenditure in the form of interest and penalties. So that's our concern. There should be no interest and penalties. And also, KPLC can do what they do best. They can pull out the fuse. You know, that's what they used to do in estates in Buruburu. If you haven't paid, you find the fuse is gone. So
we'll clamp their cars.
No, we are not encouraging you to do so because that's an eye for an eye. But I think let's leave it at the point that you must fast track. I think it would be prejudicial for us to demand that you pay this amount and yet there's a verification exercise going on.
Chair, before there was a very antagonistic relationship between Kenya Power and the county, in the first county government. Because of similar issues, you know, we saw the first governor and Kenya Power having a fight. They switched off lights at City Hall and the county went and put garbage at Steamer Plaza, and, you know, it was not the right way to go about it. It is in our interest as Nairobi County for this verification to be concluded. We're the ones who asked for it. We're the ones who started. In fact, even just last week, I was with the CS of Energy and told him this thing needs to be concluded. The MD was there in the beginning. I think it was changed. It was Engineer Muli, and now we have Engineer Siror. We want it concluded because we are seeing a lot of money. And it's true, Senator Dulo, the county Nairobi, leave alone the county seat, from Nairobi City Council to the county government, iteration 1 and 2, and possibly 3, definitely has paid for meters that are not supposed to because of the lack of that verification. And that is why we want that audit fast-tracked. So we shall do our part, Chair. If we need the Senate's assistance, because the Senate can call anyone, not with from the perspective of helping them collect their debt, but from the perspective of making sure the county is prudentially using the resources to pay what they actually should be paying, and also on the discussion of what they should be paying us. In as much as you say it's a utility that to Kenyans they should not, we should not be charged. Look at street lights. When we put street lighting, it is not necessarily for the benefit of the county government. If anything, it's a security function. If we switch off the streetlights in the city, the 68,000 or 70,000 of them, we have a security challenge. In fact, that's part of the discussion we're having with the Committee on Devolution, that when you look at city financing, there are certain things that need to be looked at separately. Security is a national function, but the power, we pay the bills for all the streetlights in the city. Shouldn't there be some financing towards that? Because if we decide to, if they're switched off, you'll have a problem. If we have more, like what we are now going to, Chair, as I conclude, we want to install 100,000 solar lights in the city. And those 100,000 lights will be paid for by, making it a bill over time, and then they're finally transferred to us as a county. By investing in such solar street lighting in the city, the benefits even in the economy, the ability to work longer, the security. If I show you photos of some areas in the CBD that we lit lights, and you just see how active they become after that, I think those are some of the discussions Senate should, especially Nairobi, Mombasa, and possibly Kisumu, we should put our heads together in terms of how to look at that. But the verification will go on, Chair. Then we'll have a discussion. So what about these meters that we've been paying for that are not ours? Do we cancel? Do we get a refund? That discussion will come at that point.
No, the natural conclusion is DCI on that, because that's theft of public funds.
We will need the DCI, and even ESCC.
So let's put a close to this conversation, members, and ask about Nairobi Water, because we'll probably not be able to move out of this. Senator Onyonka.
On the same issue, Governor, I wanted to ask you, why do I have a feeling that we are not solarizing power in this city? Have you been doing it?
Senator Onyonka,
yes.
We were together over the FLOCA conversation.
Yes.
I think over the other issues of climate change, climate action, because that ought to be the direction. In fact, we'll have to call the governor at a separate time to find out why his county has not complied. With the simple,
even the FLOCA donation,
simple statutory
matching funds
required for them to get access to climate change funding. There's a lot of money out there, so that will be a conversation not for today. It will be for another session. Now, Nairobi Water, how much do you owe them?
No, we still pay because ultimately, if you look at the quantum, we are still using electricity every day, we're still utilizing. So we still pay the 50 plus actually 63 or so.
Chair, I have had conversations with my governor as well on documenting his interactions with national government. And best example is Mama Margaret Kenyatta Hospital, so that if there is need for somebody, and the chair had made reference to this, if somebody wants certain information on that discussion, because as you know, some of us cannot be invited to State House. But if those conversations are happening there, we need to know. So for instance, Governor, there is already a legal regime under the Urban Areas and Cities Act that specifically recognizes the special needs of Nairobi as a capital and the seat of government and the seat of all these foreign missions for us to have some of these things. Our electricity bill is almost the same amount of money that goes to Lamu County under the division of revenue. So, and there is a reason, because whereas the city is in the state it is, we cannot afford to switch off the lights. So how do those conversations with national government go? Because if my party was in power, I would be able to tell you how those conversations are going, Governor. But as it is right now,
I think when you discuss with the president in cabinet, there
If
is
the history of the party is in
there's
the
a
dark,
secrecy.
it's very sad.
Order, Senator Gerard K. I'm not sure whether you've been able to sit in cabinet, even though you
But
are
I
the
can,
biggest.
I can guide him after in camera for chai and mandazi. I can guide you. I know he likes tea.
There's an oath of secrecy, so perhaps let's not get in there. I think that was for emphasis. Governor Sakaja, in your books, how much do you owe Nairobi Water? Because there is no response on the Nairobi Water debt.
I'll allow the CFO to answer.
And first of all, tell us why there was no written response, and yet it was a substantive audit issue.
Chair, in this particular financial year, under accounts payable, there was no recognition of pending bills owed to Nairobi Water Company. However, in the subsequent financial statement, this has been rectified, and currently what is in our books is 234,997,059.
We shall direct that the Special Funds Committee, which deals with Nairobi Water, to look into this matter and enforce collection. Even if it's a county corporation, you have a responsibility to pay your bills. It is like having your child do service for you, and then you don't want to pay them, and yet they've done service out of their professional labor. So I think this one, clerk, let's direct this to the Special Funds Committee. The next issue was communication supplies and services. Auditor General, you indicate that the store issue vouchers were presented to justify the expenditure. Can you confirm? 2.2.
Yes, Chair, that is the position.
Okay, then we'll take the written response. We go to 2.3 on manual insurance costs. The Auditor General, you have made your finding that the county government engaged NHIF to provide medical cover for 10 months to staff of Nairobi City County at a price of 691 million. You have no problem with that. The problem you have is that there was an additional 72 million that was paid over and above the 691 million. And you're saying that there was nothing to justify that 72.8 million. Is that the position?
That's the position, Chair.
Governor, could you tell us what this 72.8 million related to? We will take your written response, but go straight to explaining that variance of 72 billion.
Okay, so kindly take note of the written response submitted. I will have the Chief Officer PSM talk about the 727 additional staff, less exits during the contract period, which is the response you have. And if anyone else has.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The 700 and there were additional staff that were added, and the contract that the county had with NHIF indicated that when there were additions, we will reconcile, and when there are exits, we will also reconcile. So if you check at the response, the amount of 772,822 indicated in the audit report as reconciled is as a result of addition of 729 new staff employed by the county, and there was no need for an addendum to the contract as it was provided in clause 8.53, which states that Nairobi NCCG shall ensure that new entrants and exits are updated on a monthly basis. Additionally, clause 5.2 states that NCCG shall jointly carry out, together with NHIF, reconciliation at the end of the contract period. And all the entries and exits shall pay premium for additional entries, while NHIF shall refund exits based on the data of staff dismissed or who have resigned. As per the provisions of the contract, the county NHIF were to conduct a joint reconciliation to settle the claims that will arise. This was communicated to NHIF by letter NHIF.
Are you reading something?
Yes.
And are you reading the same thing that we have?
Yeah, that is the explanation that I'm giving.
Is that your written response?
Yes, that is our written response.
No. There is what the governor has put on record that we have here, but you seem to be reading something else. I thought you would just go directly and tell us that this 72.8 million was for exits and entries. The entries were X, the exits were Y. And therefore the net is 72. So what were the entries? And what were the exits?
Just give me a minute to confirm that.
Because insurance, medical insurance, cannot be an open cover. It has to be on named person basis. Because when you go to get medical attention, you cannot just say Nairobi City County employee number X. You must be Mrs. Opiata. You must be named and you must be identified. So if there were additional entries,
yes,
there must be a register of the names.
Okay.
That's what we are looking for to justify the 72.
And Chair, did I understand you correctly, Madam Opiata, that the auditor's query that you did not enter into an addendum is because the original contract already anticipated this? I heard you talking about a contract.
Yes.
Is that contract before us?
Well, I'm not sure if we have...
The contract with the NHIF?
Yes. The one you are referring to, because you have referred to certain clauses on the contract.
We can provide that.
That answers the query by the Auditor General. Where is the document?
We can provide that.
Yeah. And the list of members that the chair is talking about, the entries and the exits. You have those?
We have we have it on the payroll exit for 2021 payroll. I don't know whether you have that.
Let's refer
but these
us
are
to
just
a
the
page.
numbers.
Refers to as an refers to an annexure.
Madam Opiata, what was the contract that you're saying you can provide? What was the contract price? Was it 691 million?
Yeah, the contract price was 690. Yes, that is
691 million.
Yes.
So why did you pay 764 million? That's a question.
Because of the additional numbers.
So those additional numbers, aren't they men and women who work for Nairobi City County?
They are.
That is what the Auditor General is looking for. Okay. And that is what the Auditor General asked for 2 years ago. Does it exist to justify the additional 72 million?
I need to confirm that.
No, you cannot go to
the
confirm.
contract
There has to be a basis.
So I don't understand why the chief cannot.
And it should never come from NHIF because they can also include NMS employees or people from. It should come from. It should come from you, because you're the ones paying premium. If it was a commercial underwriter, what they would have done is to do an endorsement, which then will list the additional staff. You'll have a schedule with the additional staff. You'll have some policy document or an endorsement to the original policy document. I don't know whether NHIF operates like that, but it's the same principle. So was this 72 million paid to cover employees, or this was the kickback that was paid to NHIF?
No, it was not kickback.
So give us evidence that it was to cover employees.
Chair, there is a list of 127. I don't know whether it's answering.
Where is it?
It's in the attachment.
Madam Opiata, can you direct us to that?
Annex 2.3.
Yeah, Annex 2.3 is just the...
Yeah, they have the list of, is it 727? Yeah.
Through the governor on this 72 million before a matter is heard Are there information about this additional staff? Were they casual staff? Were they PNP? Were they on contractual staff? What was happening here?
Chair.
Governor?
This 72 million in the year 2020, 21, looks very suspect. It actually looks quite suspect. And I think it would be good for Kinoti and the team to look at it. Because even if you look at the financial statements, the amount declared is still the 679. Meaning that 72 was not even noted as an expenditure. I don't know if the auditor captured that. Because the insurance cost in the financial statements is 679, 635, 812. Yes. And you see the financial statement, by the time it's being done, is at the end of that financial year. So, I don't see any, I can see my chief officers struggling to explain for those people who were there at that time. And I keep telling them, you must, it's not a must for you to explain what you don't know that happened before you were in office. That 2021, 22, or whatever it is, issue on insurance needs to be looked at. It must be investigated.
Is NHIF still providing the cover?
No. We moved on.
It was terminated?
It wasn't terminated. It ended.
So it moved to another underwriter?
Another company, yeah. Right now it's the county staff on Jubilee.
Governor, does it have to take the Senate to raise it for action to be taken, or there is administrative action that you can take as a CEO?
I think the committee can guide on that, especially, given the fact that you're talking about officers who are no longer at the county. Yeah. The person you're referring to who wrote the letter, Senator Dodo, is no longer at the county. And so the committee, that's why we're looking at those old audits.
No,
you can actually guide.
Is the first step restitution, that you must now cause a letter to be written to NHIF demanding the 72 million back? Because it was money that was paid by Nairobi without value.
You see, Chair, that if you look at the response given in audit, there are attempts to justify it. Those attempts, I can look at it and say, okay, from my own view, yeah, it looks suspect. And that is why I would want the Senate, because the Senate has I can write also myself to ask for it, but you can help us unearth it, because I would want to know also, in as much as I was not governor then, I would want to know what happened. Because
Governor, we don't want to do your job. You must do your job. If you agree with us that this amount, and if your officers agree that there is no clear basis for payment of this amount, you must write to NHIF demanding the money back. And then let Kinoti take action afterwards. Because otherwise we'll be doing your job. And that's why Sifuna has opted to be a senator, so that he can deal with the Maandamano while you deal with the tough business. So I think we direct as an interim measure that the CEO must demand for this money back, but we're also telling EACC to keep an eye on this, because insurance has been abused.
Chair, kindly don't direct that way then. I know you've already directed and you're the chair. I want to look at it further, if you allow me. Let me look at it further. There's possibly documentation that they don't have or something. What has raised the red flag to me is the amount at in the financial statement of 679, having been the budget. And of course, people, staff are onboarded, they always entries and exits. Some amount of it could be justifiable, but allow us to look into it before demanding cash back. Chair.
Fine, so take administrative measures, but I want to ask Kinoti to add it to his matrix of issues that he needs to keep an eye on. Let's proceed then to fuel, oil, and lubricants. On the next issue is about management of your fuel smart cards. Governor, the Auditor General has made his findings. You have made your response, which you shall take note of your written response. Can you just tell the Senate the measures you have taken to tighten controls in fuel smart card management and fleet management? You have 7 smart cards fueling 176 county vehicles. if we were to get a report from one of the smart cards, Governor, are you sure that we will not find that the smart card was used to fuel your private car?
Chair, allow the Chief Officer Mobility to give us a response. The response, of course, is as what is written.
Yes, but because of time, I just want us to focus on the problem.
Yeah, so I mean, we have a huge fleet of vehicles. There are not 7 cards right now in the county. There are, how many cards do you have now? Around 45, of those cards given to different sectors.
45 against how many vehicles?
It's not a card per vehicle. You see, for instance, if you're fueling a fleet of garbage.
Okay, but how many vehicles do you have? Now that NMS has brought back some assets, what's your total fleet?
Answer on the mic.
The vehicles are around 550 plus or minus.
Average 550?
Yes.
Okay, Governor, Senator Nyonka?
Excuse me, CEC Finance. The gentleman on the right is who? Thank you. Chief Officer Mobility. What the OAG has said, yes, you've given us the cards which show that actually vehicles were being fueled. But we don't have any job cards. We don't have information what these vehicles did. We don't have the registration numbers of the vehicles for us to know the quantum and the quantities of the fuel they were consuming. So the question then, naturally I was asking myself is, do you have those records available? If you did, why didn't you give them to him again?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, those records are there, and they were submitted during the second time. And what happens, every fuel card is under the custody of a transport officer. On top of that transport officer, when every county driver consumes fuel using that card, there's a sheet that they're supposed to sign against their consumption. That sheet has the registration number of that vehicle, the liters consumed, the amount of money that the liters have used, and then the receipt number, because after every consumption of a vehicle, there's an ETR receipt that is generated. So what the driver signs against is against all that information.
If you took card number 3, for example, out of the 7 the auditor cited, is the service provider able to provide a report on the vehicles that have been fueled using card number 3?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a.
What is the content of the report?
It is the registration number, the liters consumed, the date, and the time.
So, Auditor General, had you indicated that you are not able to get that kind of report from the service provider? Auditor General, do you have that visibility?
Yes, Chair, I'm referring to an appendix that we've looked at. It's under Appendix 2.4, and the output report from the service provider is attached.
Where is the registration number?
Chair, there is no registration number.
Could you point us to the registration number on that report? 2.4, fleet sub-sector fuel statement. So how do we tell that on 29th of July 2021 at Kilimani service station, the vehicle that fueled at 13,000 is a vehicle of the Nairobi City County?
Chair, with your kind permission, what I was saying is that after this is generated, after every vehicle consumes fuel, there's an ETR receipt that is generated at the petrol station, and it has a specific number plate, which is additional to what is a...
No, but why can't it be here? This is a service provider statement. This comes from Vivo Energy Kenya. Transaction report for customer invoice. This is the one for invoicing, isn't it?
Yes.
So how do we invoice without being specific on the vehicles that have been fueled?
Because CEO, those two documents are supposed to corroborate each other. You have your statement here and you are checking against the ETR receipts. If your statement has no, I am just imagining the officer who has to verify those physical receipts, Chair, and he has a dump of all these receipts, and he has to find each transaction here. There is no reference to any vehicle. He has to look at the time or the place.
Mr. Chair, if I may confirm, what happens for the statement, we don't get it on daily basis. We get it maybe weekly or monthly.
That's not the point.
That's where you're going wrong.
That's not the point.
You see, the concern here is the controls. The controls. And I don't know why you are being a bit defensive. Because without controls, you can't tell which vehicle has been fueled. And that's why we are highlighting this report, saying that this report is incomplete. You either ask the service provider to include a column on the registration number, but otherwise this cannot be an accountability document. Because you don't know whether these are tractors or whatever assets that belong to individuals.
Excuse me, Chair.
Because even in terms of importance, they have the location of the petrol station, but not the registration of the vehicle. Governor, honestly. In terms of priority of the importance of information, you would expect that the vehicle registration is first.
Chair, Your Excellency Governor Sakaja, would I be wrong if I took administrative action against your officer by assuming how he's inept?
You're not allowed.
He wasn't there.
He wasn't there.
He's also a new chief officer.
No,
Oh.
2020. Then he should be telling us.
And he should be telling us he wasn't there.
Looking at him.
Yes.
Why, just say what you're doing now.
Yeah.
Tell us
You are not there.
He should have told us what he has already done and he has failed to get it, and he should be one telling us what he discovered.
You know.
Senator Adulo? Senator Adulo?
Yeah, from the brief we had. Governor, from the brief we had this morning, the situation is still the same.
Let him explain.
Yeah?
Chair.
Wait a minute. I'll give you an opportunity.
The situation is still the same. Initially in the morning we were told 7 cards. Now you are saying you have 45 cards against 500 and something vehicles. Which criteria do you use? Allocate 45 cards against 500 plus vehicles. So what we want to know is the control and transparency in the manner in which those cards are allocated and the consumption of the fuel plus the budget allocated to it. Thank you.
Senator Cherarkeng?
Chair, I think, Chief Officer, what you should be telling us, a question through the governor, out of these 550 vehicles, are there any vehicles that are leased from any agency or individuals, number one? Number two, apart from this, can you recall this document that does not have registration number? And I know, Governor, you are aware about the engine capacity, because we don't want people driving LX 600 masquerading as a county government of Nairobi, and you know very well, it will not be prudent use of resources. So the question is he able to display the registration number through the chair and also the engine capacity? You remember during Uhuru's time, he had brought was it a 1300 cc?
Yeah.
But it will not be, even if it is not in law.
There's no law that limits the vehicles accountable.
I don't know why governor is,
but you know,
I don't know why governor is defensive.
Regulations are also subsidiary legislation.
Correct.
So if it's captured in regulation or in circulars by bodies that are constitutionally mandated to provide those guidelines, then they form part
of it.
But that's not that's not the argument. I don't want you to just.
The point I'm trying to make, Governor, is.
Yeah. So he's talking about.
I'm not talking about this. I don't know his private vehicle, so why would I discuss?
It's the one you said.
No. LX 600. I was just an example.
And that's why we want the registration number so that we can check whether that particular one is being fueled
And
using
Chair
county cards.
Cherargei should declare interest. The governor has said he has given him a lift in that very same vehicle.
No.
Where did
Yeah,
they
I've
fuel?
never boarded any governor's vehicles.
It's the same one
I don't
knows
know.
the senator.
I don't know these vehicles. I can't really remember
Anyway, Chair,
because he's a man of means, so I can't really remember which one. The point I'm trying to make, and I think Governor, you need to assist us on this, is the prudent use. I was saying, imagining that your county government is driving a 6,000 cc vehicle, which we should drive less so that you consume less fuel. That is my argument. Because at the end of the day,
Are you talking about fuel or about...
Order, Governor. Order. If you need a break for the sugar levels, you ask for it, because I'm seeing they are going down. But as we are, as you are still alert.
So my point only, I wanted to make
Chair, point of order, Chair.
Let's allow
to conclude.
Let's
One,
allow Senator Cherargei
through the Chief Officer of Mobility, are there among 550 vehicles you have, are there any that are leased? Number two, could you be able to display, apart from registration number, display the engine capacity for accountability purposes so that it becomes easy to account?
Senator Mariam Omar.
Chair, mine is also partly the same. I wanted to ask if Governor, currently, how do you do your asset, your fuel register? Because if there is lacking, because this one there is a problem of registration, is it the same continue?
Senator Onyonka, no, Senator Mofa.
You know, Chair, we in this arrangement you are interrogating history. So we want to know from the CEO now in the current situation, do we have that kind of confusion? The current.
I think we have asked the same things in different language, in different words. Governor, we want to understand the current arrangement, whether the controls have been tightened or the situation is as flagged by the Auditor General.
Chair, perhaps before it does. Governor, if you see everything that is in place in Nairobi is very deliberate. If you go to the next annexure, which is a list of insurance of your vehicles, you will see that all the information we are looking for on the fuel side is included in this report. Because you will see registration number of a vehicle, the make, the model, the type, the year of manufacture, everything is captured there. So why it was not done the same, even the value, why it was not done the same for fuel is the cause of concern. So perhaps when you respond as to what you have done now, speak to the deliberate nature of the omission of some of those information during that time.
Okay, let's allow them to respond. I think we have canvassed enough.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I will start with the first question on whether we have any leased vehicles. I can confirm currently we do not have any leased vehicles. What we are using is county vehicles. Number two, Honorable Senator asked what is the criteria that we use while issuing these cards. What we have done is that we have given per sectors, especially for the sectors that have a lot of fleet. For example, mobility and works, they have a card. For example, health, it has a card. And then the reason as to why they increased is when we came into office through the governor, we introduced cards for CCs and chief officers. So for the vehicles that are used by CCs and chief officers, they have specific cards for those vehicles. Moving forward, a senator asked what is the current situation. We have improved on the situation. The records that we have for this year and this administration, we have the registration, the model, the price, the liters, and the receipt number. And to add on the improvement that we are still doing, we are in the process of having a containerized fuel station for the county. We have organized with our supplier such that when we get that containerized fuel, each vehicle, and I'm talking about each vehicle, will have a dummy card, because there will be no need to load that card with credit, because we will have our own fuel. But the purpose of that dummy card is to ensure you can know with precision the amount of fuel that has been consumed by that vehicle and whether it's diesel or petrol.
Auditor General, we request you to keep this in view so that you can report back on whether there are sufficient controls to prevent misuse, but we agree with the Auditor General that there have been weaknesses in fuel management. I think that should allow us to move on.
Chair, can I...
Senator Onyonka, it is 4:09 p.m.
Just 1 second.
Yes.
I wanted to, having a sore throat, I just wanted to raise the issue with the mobility manager and the governor that even whether you're going to do the containerized fueling system within the county government, if you don't have a GPS system, you don't have a report that is given from whoever that is assigning your driver to go and work somewhere, and you understand, Governor, that this technology would be giving you the mileage and the distances and where your vehicles are working, I think you understand where I am. And I hope that you may possibly think about adopting such a system.
Governor, let that not generate a debate. Let's proceed to issue number 2.5.
Chair, I had asked him to answer, then I conclude.
No, we have already given directives.
Okay, kindly, Chair. Just allow me to...
No, I will direct that we move to the next issue. It is 4:10 p.m.
Just 1 minute for my response.
Order, Governor, it is for your benefit that we are proceeding. Otherwise, if it gets to 5 o'clock, we shall adjourn and you'll come back here tomorrow.
Chair, just allow me to 1 minute.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
Surely, Chair.
Proceed.
The reason we come here is to answer. Allow us to answer the questions, the audit questions.
Yes, but we also have our timelines.
The fuel management system that we are now implementing, that is at award stage, includes GPS, includes a fuel station, a petrol station, physical, at our central garage, where we'll be getting fuel below commercial rate. That is the negotiation we got into. And we can be able to tell, even if fuel is siphoned, immediately an alert will come out from that vehicle. So it's going to be a fuel management system on each and every tank of the vehicles for the county.
Fine.
That is the process we're in.
Auditor General, you'll confirm whether the tumepanga na tumetenga is true in your next cycle of audit.
Well noted, Chair.
Distribution of goods.
You should wish well the governor. Yeah. You should wish well to the governor.
I know what wakes Cherarkei up. 2.5 on distribution of goods. We take note of the Auditor General's finding. The Senate, you don't have it. You see, if you're going to say present it in 7 days, it will be making nonsense of what we are doing. 7 days is really for further clarification, not provision of primary documentation.
Yeah, we are sorry we can provide this attendance register to the auditors as they are verifying the other documents. But I remember seeing an attendance register for drivers at Mambo Hotel.
Transactions happen probably after, so those ones do not make their way to the controller of budget. However, we expect that the voided transactions are authorized. They should be authorized. So maybe there must be an approval process at the county level of voiding the payments.
Could I ask a question, sir?
Senator Yonka?
Excuse me. How do you, I know, I've already heard what you're saying. That's why I'm saying I also wanted the Auditor General to talk about it. How do you void payments for 15 billion shillings and then you pay through some other? This is what is... I'm actually baffled. Could you try and explain to us what you've discovered?
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the voided transactions, some of the reasons is one, what they have explained, that a payment has been processed through the process up to IP. However, that approval for the final payment has not been granted either by COP, to lack of funds. Again, a payment that we categorize under this are those payments where a payment is processed, however, wrong details can exist, like a wrong name, wrong account number, and therefore it bounces back.
Excuse me, Chair. So the three reasons you've given that are most likely supposed to be consequential out of this exercise in your simple common Mwananchi's language, what can you explain to me is actually happening to these transactions? Because number one, you cannot pay something that doesn't have the account number that is proper, isn't it? Number two, if the payment has been authorized and the fund and the requisition for payment goes to the Controller of Budget's office, if the money isn't there, because you see, IFMIS doesn't ask you to file a requisition if there's no money. So the argument that the reason why this was actually being voided was because there was no money doesn't make sense. But I also know that if I took, like we have the case in Kisii County where the budget was mutilated, where the controller budget flagged out the budget which had been mutilated, which means the code that is supposed to be used for the payment of this money doesn't exist. I can see you are smiling. I'm with you now. Is that the true story? Yes. I'll see you are smiling. These things now we know them. So begin to tell us exactly how we are losing money in our counties. We don't want you to play with us. Many of us are well-schooled, we are accountants, we are forensic experts, the whole of this team. And this has nothing to do with what is happening at the county, because this is like 4 years ago, the governor wasn't there. Can you tell us and tell Kenyans what exactly is happening when you have those 4 hypotheticals?
Proceed. Chair, I may not have a case that I have proved, but in relation to the amounts that are on discussion here, the 15 billion is patching up of payments towards the end of the year with anticipation that the exchequer release, the exchequer money will come in. And so come the end of the financial year, that money is not forthcoming. But these transactions have been invoiced through the process. And therefore, for you to close the financial statements in the system, these transactions have to be cleared. And therefore, the way they clear them...
That is one hypothetical. Give me the other 3. That is the one everybody uses. Oh, it was exchequer releases, exchequer... No. Give me, why do you think somebody would actually stop payment of 15 billion shillings?
Honorable Chair, can the finance experts from the county answer that? Because this is the system that they use on a day-to-day basis.
I am having a problem even with the county, because you had said there was no documentary evidence provided to support authorization and reasons for invalidation. The county says it is attached. We can't see it. We can't see it. Governor, why did you choose not to provide that to the Senate? Because I'd really like to see that authorization to invalidate 15 billion or to void 15 billion worth of transactions. I'd really like to see that. Yes, I want to see who has authorized it, who requested and who authorized.
Chair,
in your response, you have said the authority to void transactions has been provided. Is a request?
So normally in practice, Chairman, once a letter is written, I've not seen a response back from IFMIS indicating that the rights have been granted. Usually within the stipulated time of 7 days, they issue the rights, and once the officers access the system...
And 7 days would have fallen on the date of election.
They're able to deal.
What was happening on 3rd of August 2022? 8th.
Chair, usually for clearing systems, again, based on experience...
No, what significant activity was happening in the week of the 7 days from 3rd of August? Those 7 days that you expected to get response. What was happening in the country?
There was an election.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, but I cannot fully ascertain the happenings then. But
why would one choose to void 15 billion worth of transactions on election week? 6 days.
Usually, Chair, the National Treasury grants an extension once the financial year comes to a close.
On 30th of June, not in August.
Sometimes, your Chair, it runs up to at least a month or two after
No,
the financial year
that's a
has been
completely
closed.
different matter. You are saying authority to void transactions has been provided, but you have described to us a request to void transactions.
Correct.
And that's why I'm saying I'm very curious to see who granted that authority and when it was granted.
And meanwhile,
Requested on 3rd. So I'd like to see when it was granted.
thank you, Chair. And also, Madam CEO, how I would have wished that you actually gave us the lists of the voided transactions and where the payments were supposed to be, were supposed to go, and who was subsequently paid after that.
Yeah, Chair, as they do that, I'll want the CEC to explain further. You see, I understand, with the kind of even pending outstanding liabilities that are there, of 100B, accountants will put things on internet banking, hoping that they can be paid. At the end of the financial year, everything that is not paid is voided. This financial year, the specific one that we're talking about, there was an extension from July towards the end because of the late exchequer release. So that is what coincided with August. Such that now, if it has not gone through by the end of the financial year, Paul, you try again next year as a pending. That's what actually happens in practice. So it's not that 15 billion was actually used to pay something else. I don't think there's a time the county has had 15 billion in its account at a go. But it's that even now, if you go to internet banking, you'll find a lot of payments that are there just hoping that a decision is made to pay them. You're talking about outstanding liabilities of close to 107 billion. Many of them are there. And they're just hoping that, with this budget, I can get my pending bill paid or whatnot. So it's not that if you void, the money is actually then spent from CRF on something else. Because that the auditors will be able to show that. And I can say,
Chair, could I ask His Excellency one question? What you're saying is that that's supposed to be a normalcy.
The voiding?
Yes. Is that the case? AOG?
Members, I do not want us to engage in speculation. What needs to be presented by the county is evidence on the authority to void transactions, which so far has not been proven. But if we put together the coincidence of the dates and what was happening, even if it was year-end processes, National Treasury, do you allow them to go all the way to August?
Well, thank you, Chair. First, Chair, allow me to say, with the request for voiding, that one is proper. And Chair, I've always been saying that payment in accounting is continuous. And to avoid this issue of delayed exchequer, we usually advise county governments to continue processing up to IB level. So, if at the end of the financial period, then the exchequer has not been released, the only best way to do it is to seek for approval to void. And Chair, on the question you have asked whether we allow, issues of voiding is not standardized. It depends with the needs of a county government. So the county government can request for voiding even in August or even in July. It depends the need that has occasioned the county government to request for such a facility, which we give temporarily and close.
When they make the request, how do you action? Do you respond? Is there a user change request form that is filled? Because that must be part of the controls.
When they make the request and the request is approved, they are able to see it in their screen, the person with that right. I think the reader can...
So why do you make them right when you do not commit anything on your part as National Treasury?
Of course, the letter is marked for action.
We can have a holistic proposal But it does not take away the fact that this 15 billion, in terms of voided transactions, is a smoking gun. And we might want to ask people with greater capacity to find out whether those voided transactions it was meant to defeat the Office of the Control of Budget. But I think there's something the Treasury ought to do. There's something that needs to be put in the system, but there's also some duty of care on the part of the county.
Chair, point of information, if you will allow me, sir.
Senator.
And it will take me 2 seconds. Chair, I've done a lot of research on this matter, and the information I've been given is that voiding of transaction is deliberate. Normally, you will find the original budget would have been tampered with, so that when the payments are going to be made, the reason why anybody would void that transaction is because they want somebody else to be paid instead of who had been given the code number to be paid.
Chair, can I make a request on behalf of the people of Nairobi? Because I can see time is moving. And yet there are very critical items in this report that I had hoped at least to hear from the county government. I have pointed out some of them. I just request that you prioritize them in the interest of time, so that at least there can be a conversation around projects as well.
Okay, so then let's get out of this.
Yeah, but you've really awakened my mind when you mentioned the date and what it was close to. Possibly this was being voided to defeat me, in August 2022. If the allusion is towards the election time, August.
Are you saying you are supposed to be paid from that
money? That money went to, yeah.
But I think the information you can get, Chair, because I understand the argument and I can see there's concurrence. Also, look at just the statements, the bank statements in that period about the amount of money paid out from the county. You can be able to get that. You can provide that. So CBK, and you'll see. One thing, for instance, Chair, that I'd like to just bring to your attention. Every year, on top of voiding this, there's supposed to be refreshing of IFMIS users. That all users on IFMIS are removed, and then new ones are assigned. I found 2,000 users on IFMIS, Chair. 2,000. 2,000 what? 2,400 IFMIS users for Nairobi County.
Yes, even dead people.
Even dead people who've moved. And so I removed all of them just this last financial year so that every sector can have the specific number required with the different stages. But you can imagine 2,400 users. And that time, you remember, procurement was also manual. So procurement is manual. You have all these users hanging around in cyber saying, wacha nikufinyie, payment yako, So that is why I left this Senate to go to become governor of Nairobi, to sort out these things. Because that was the situation. You cannot have all those users. Somebody can create a procurement process from scratch. At River Road, get an LPO, you create even things that are not even on budget. Until the delivery note is done. Today, we're on e-procurement. Everything from the beginning to the end has to go through that process. And if there must be an exemption in situations where you need to do it manually, it must be approved in cabinet.
Governor, let's leave it there. I think we've got a live matter that the EACC, and I think it's in court, must have been in Kilifi, where the persons with rights to the system created transactions and made payments in the middle of the night because of unfettered rights in the system. So there must be a conversation around that, using the Kilifi case as an example and the Nairobi case. So I think members will have to deliberate on this and maybe come up with some proactive recommendations. The next one is irregularities in procurement of transferred services.
Yes, so that is not close to new. On that one, there's a question that Treasury must answer. Because automatically they should remove these users. What was happening with Nairobi?
No, we'll come to that. We agree with you. And that's why I said there's something for CFB to do, something for Treasury to do, and something for the county to do. The next issue is irregularities in procurement of transferred services. And I think the key...
These documentations were not availed to us, and therefore we will leave this matter to the committee for further guidance.
So this looks like theft of 75.9 million under the guise of medical supplies, and we shall be asking the EACC to be with us on this so that this money is recovered. Dr. Munywa?
Allow me to explain this. It is not upon the committee to declare a loss. Financial loss is supposed to be declared by the user department, the county government in this case, so that they are themselves who are supposed to initiate recovery of that money and declaration of loss, so that if they cannot be able to recover the costs entirely, PFM is very clear. They should look for the person who occasioned it through the security agencies.
I agree with you, Dr. We shall direct the county executive to take measures to recover the lost funds. I think that's how we should frame it. It is a county executive to take measures for recovery. The same way we said for the NHIF insurance payment. It is upon them to initiate. I think I don't want us to go into the next issue is misallocation of expenditure and reconciled bank balances, outstanding interest, account payables, deposits and retentions. May I ask, Governor, whether the signatory to these financial statements, Martha Wambugo, is still in the county executive?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Is Martha present?
No, not only is she still in the executive, she's right behind me.
Martha Wambugo, you are a member of ISPAC. Just give her the microphone.
Yes, Chair. I'm a member of ISPAC.
For how many years have your financial statements attracted an adverse opinion?
For the last, since the county government started.
Have you been signing the financial statements during that duration?
For a period of 2 years.
For the 3 years, what has been your score?
Adverse and disclaimer.
So would you sit proudly before the Senate with that kind of verdict?
No, Chairman, we are not proud of that, but we are working towards getting a favorable opinion from our auditors.
Have a professional responsibility.
Yes,
a professional responsibility that is personal. It is not about who was governor then. It is not about who was CC then. You, as a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, member number 5435, you have signed financial statements for 3 consecutive financial years, which have either been disclaimed or been rendered to be adverse. Why do you think you should be trusted to manage public resources?
Thank you, Chair. As a member of the Institute and with my team members, we've been doing our best to provide financial statements as required. But given the circumstances, some of the issues have not been supported. So the auditors have come up with that opinion due to unsupported transactions. But in the preparation of the accounts, we have done our best.
When you sign off the financial statements and you have numbers in that financial statement, where do the numbers come from? Aren't they supposed to come from supporting schedules and payment details?
Thank you, Chair. They do. They come from IFMIS, they come from the sectors. But at the point the auditor comes to verify these things, some of these things are not provided by the sectors. That is the main problem.
So why
Chair.
would you report something that is not supported?
We report as per the transactions recorded in our books, in our IFMIS system. But the actual documentation, sometimes to support these transactions, is not availed to the auditors.
Whose responsibility is it to avail them?
It is the responsibility of Finance and County Treasury to avail them from the sectors. So the sector accountants and the chief officers of the sectors, we are tasked with compiling the reports. So we require the sectors to support us, to give us the documentation.
Why are you required to sign these financial statements?
Thank you, Chair. As a member of the institute, as a qualified accountant, that is why I signed these financial statements, and also
what
as
does
a
your
holder of
signature
that
mean?
office.
What does your signature mean on these financial statements?
Yes, Chair.
No, I want you to say it. What does your signature mean?
We take responsibility.
So you can't tell
for
us
these
about sector
financial
accountants.
statements.
You can't tell us about other people. It is you as a professional who must take responsibility. And if you do not agree with the numbers they're giving you, you do not sign. Because as a professional, you cannot sign something that is not accurate. Why should we not refer you to the Institute for Disciplinary Action alongside the others who have gotten adverse opinions?
Thank you, Chair. As I said before, as a sector, as the finance sector and the county treasury, we compile the figures from sectors, from the state, from the IFMIS, and our vote books. Then we demand the supporting schedules from the sectors. And the best we get is what we prepare for the auditors to look at.
You are accounting like IEBC,
Yeah.
where Chebukati signs things at Bomas, then he says, go and blame the returning officer in the county. That's a sham we have seen in our elections. We cannot accept that from professionals.
Can I ask, Chair, you spoke of circumstances. Which years have you signed?
2021 and 2022.
What circumstances were prevailing at that time that would make you sign documents that would put you in problems with my chair?
When we prepare these financial statements, Chair, we prepare them with the best information we have received from sectors. As County Treasury, we compile the statements from all sectors.
So if every department brings you documents that you can clearly see forgeries, they don't make sense, what is your responsibility as a person who signs off on those accounts?
Thank you, Chair. Our responsibility is to confirm the information we get from sectors. And what we have confirmed is what we put on the financial statements.
So everything there you have confirmed?
From the sectors, yes.
It sounded like Chebukati.
Excuse me, Chair.
I can actually see his face, Chair.
Yeah. Chair, for me, this is what is wrong with our systems. This is wrong. This is the reason why devolution is dying. You ain't brave enough not to do your job. You ain't brave enough to stand up to the stealing that goes on. All right? The governor was not there. You guys were the custodians. Sasa umebeba mkia. That is where we are. And we are not going to fall back on these issues. Because you can't bring documents here which mean nothing to us. And then you assume all of us are dunderheads. We know nothing, we see nothing. Who are you protecting? This is where we are. We are really feeling frustrated. And yet you look like you know what you're doing. You sound like you are well schooled. Imagine, I just feel like you throw away the water with the baby.
Senator Cherarke.
Maybe Auditor General, you have finished 22-23. How does it look like through the chair? 22-23.
What was the opinion?
Chair, the opinion is adverse.
Again.
And again, it's the gracious lady who signed the financial statements?
No, Chair.
Who signed this time round? Governor, you may want to tell us who signed the financial statements for 22-23?
Joseph Gadiaka.
We are going to crack very hard on professionals who have the responsibility of doing the right thing. And they don't do the right thing and they assume it's business as usual.
Yeah,
you have seen what has happened in your county assembly, and we are seeing the same kind of situation in the county executive. And again, Governor, he does not have to take the Senate to talk to your staff I mean, you should shield them by making sure that you take administrative action or training, so that when you come here, you are telling us, you know, we had some problems, but I've already asked the Treasury to train my people, and so there's going to be an improvement. But we are not going to allow them to hide behind the governors. If you've got a professional responsibility, accounting, HR, procurement, we shall come for you directly through your professional body.
Can I?
Chair, I did not finish. Maybe before the governor speaks, Madam Mother Wambugu, you are aware if this was a private sector, this has to have formed the ground for your sacking or firing from the entity. Are you aware when you get adverse? I think it's only in public sector where you are rewarded. Are you aware of the implication of adverse opinion?
I am, Senator.
Yeah?
I am aware, Senator.
Okay.
Chair.
Governor, what are you doing, internally? You've had disclaimers since the onset of devolution, and then it has gone to adverse opinions, and your first year in office, it's still an adverse opinion. What are you doing? What's the conversation on capacity?
Chair, thank you. Thank you. Chair, this is why I am the governor of Nairobi now. From 2013 to 2018, 13-14 financial year, 14-15, 15-16, 16-17, 17-18, and 18-19, Nairobi County got disclaimer, opinion. Yeah? That, it was just terrible, completely. And you remember this is coming from the council, then the first county government. So 13-14 to 18-19 was disclaimer. From 1920 up until now, it has been adverse. The things were, and that is why we took the bull by the horns to go for this position, to say, okay, look, what is the systemic problem? For you to have an adverse opinion, there are many things that are carried forward over the years. The story on pending bills will always be in every audit report. There are things that are carried along that you need to find closure with the Office of the Auditor General for it to move. In fact, it is in this time that Nairobi has gotten its first ever qualified opinion on anything. That is the liquor, the alcoholic drinks, the liquor board. The report for 2023 is qualified. Chair, those are the improvements that we are making in the city. You can't imagine that would have come in after 6 years of disclaimer and then adverse, that I would just come and wave a magic wand and suddenly it becomes qualified. The improvements we're making, for instance, I've told you about the if misusers that we were having. I've told you about e-procurement. The using the revenue reporting modules that are on IFMIS, modules that have never been used. If you have time, we can take you through exactly what we are doing to improve, to make sure now the next financial year becomes better. Of course, the first one, when you get in, you find it's the same people doing the same things, carrying on the same issues. Those changes are made as you progress. The chief officer, for instance, became chief officer in February of 2002-2003 financial year. There was a chief officer before that. There was an entire structure before that. We've been doing trainings. We're talking to these professionals. We're paying for them the continuous professional development. So I think in a matter of time, because it is one thing to really want it to change immediately, but the practicality of it, the magnitude of issues that we deal with in the county, and I would even allow my chief officer to speak about some of the improvements we're making. It takes more than 19 months, Chair. And I'm sure even the next audit will start looking better. If we already moved qualified, by the time we're done, we will have an unqualified report, Chair, possibly even in the next 2 financial years. I'm the one who proposed, Chair, as something that also the Auditor General took up, the reporting matrix on implementation of audit requirements. And they took it up and said, look, this is a template that they want to actually have counties developing. Because the reason for audit is to improve systems. The reason for audit is to see where there are loopholes that could be used by those with bad intentions, and how you close those audits, whether it's a system audit, the financial audit. And that is why I said that matrix for implementation of audit proposals needs to be filled in internally by ourselves. Before I came in, Chair, even the internal audit committee was not there. I was able to constitute it. I was able to resource the office of internal audit. They were not being listened to. In fact, Many of them, when they came to my office, they said it is their first time to enter that office. These are people who've been there from the time they were mayors. They've been there. They've never seen the office of a mayor or a governor. But the people I'm working with every single day. So it's a process. I can see the progress. It might take a while to catch up in terms of the reporting, but the Office of the Auditor General can confirm to you that there are serious improvements in a lot of these issues. And maybe that's why many people in different quarters are not happy. When you remove all those users, when you remove the people of Hewa who are used to getting 150 million or some of these payments, we're saying are clearly unsupported to facilities we clearly don't know, they will not be happy with that, Chair. But we must do the right thing. And my team knows, and the professionals, that I'm not carrying anyone's cross. Everyone will carry their own cross.
Thank you.
You have professional responsibility. Don't think that because the governor can explain his issues that you'll hide behind him. The other day I was, I think, at Osoti's committee when we were looking at this report on alcoholic drinks licensing. And I said, look, even if it means calling whoever was there then, who was protecting someone at that time, they must answer to it. And I've told them you should never be told to do the wrong thing by anyone, even invoking the name of the governor. So that progress, you know, if we were to get a session to look at implementation of audit proposals, how do you close an issue? An issue is unresolved. You've said, yes, it's unresolved. I've agreed it's unresolved. How do we close that issue? How do we, you know, bring closure to it so that we improve that system? You know, that is what then benefits.
Let me stop you there,
and helps a county chair.
These people are out to fleece the county governments, and professionals must take that responsibility. Now, I think looking at the time, we had said that issues to do with legal pending bills, issues to do with the 11 billion to NMS, we will have to call for a separate sitting. There could be a few issues here where we'll take the written responses, but there are some two projects here. I think let's go to the project on the project.
Excuse me, Chair.
12 points.
I believe under the standing orders we are past 5 o'clock.
The House rises at 6:30.
Okay.
So we are still within time.
Thank you.
So let's go to delay in installation and commissioning of machines. Vice Chair, let's look at these two projects, the printing press and the weights and measures equipment at Marikiti. Printing press, Auditor General, what was your observation? I think this needs to be read out. It is on page 20 of your audit report. I think that is under lawfulness. Under the report on lawfulness.
Issue number 11, delay in installation and commissioning of machines. Printing press. Review of records provided revealed that the county procured 4 state-of-the-art printing press machines at a cost of Kenya shillings 51,297,261 in the financial year 2016-2017. Fiscal verification carried out revealed that although the machines were delivered, 3 of the machines, perfect binder, Kenya shillings 10,025,743, offset printing machine, Kenya shillings 14,410,000, and
I'll ask the CC Finance to read that response. I'll explain.
Space for installation of the 3 machines was identified at the basement of main city hall. The 3 machines are, as had been pointed out, offset printing machine.
Your management response first.
The 3 machines are offset printing machine, guillotine cutting machine, and the perfect binding machine. The requisition was done and forwarded to the procurement for award. Advertisement for award was done on the 18th of March 2024, and no one met the requirements. Advertisement of the same was done on 8th April and closes on 14th April 2024.
What was the requisition that was done? What was it for?
Let me ask for assistance from the Director of Procurement so that we know what the procurement was.
What requisition are we talking about here? You bought materials in 2016, a printing press in 2016. It has not been implemented. There is no value for money. So I thought that's what you are going to be responding to.
Part of the basement to be a printing room. Because the issue is the height. You'd have to demolish, almost break columns at the current printing room for these machines to fit. And so a section of the basement, because the height allows there, is now being, retrofitted to actually accommodate the machines and to have them used.
So that's a requisition you're talking about?
That is a requisition.
Because this does not tell the story.
Yeah,
They
should have given details.
What in your procurement plan, how much is that supposed to cost?
I don't have that information here with me, Chair, but you can check.
No, by the time you advertise the award, then it means there was a procurement plan.
Yes.
So what is the amount? What was the provision? Head of supply chain?
And Chair, this is a very recent matter. It was closed on the 14th of April, just 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Chair, the QS was to look for the funds and the draw.
You advertise a tender to demolish one of the walls so that the bed can fit.
Maybe
I think it is very
unacheza home and
It's
away.
terrible.
Ndio maana
It's,
unanunua
terrible.
6x6.
And Governor,
That is why I invite to be governor, to sort out such things.
Yes, but you
This was
but
the
you
year
have not
16,
sorted it.
17.
It's still a problem.
Chair, if
It's
you allow
even
me to
getting
complete.
worse.
How?
Senator Sifuna.
Your officer back there, Governor, is actually adding insult to injury. That you can get into advertisement of a tender before you have a budget and you know how much money it is. He cannot be in charge of supply chain management, and he doesn't know this is something that has closed on 14th of April is when?
Possibly
That's
he
2
didn't
weeks
look
ago.
at the specific procurement.
Yes, and there's a reason.
Is
There's a reason why we're asking that.
Order, Governor. Allow the senator to.
There's a reason why we're asking that. You will find even more absurdity when you realize the project, the cost of demolishing City Hall to fit these machines is twice the amount of the machines, the value of the machines. That's why we ask this question.
It might even bring City Hall down.
Is that a statement of fact, Chair?
I said you might find.
No,
In
no,
the absence
the-
of that document from your director there, we don't know how much money it is.
It's, if you give him time, he can actually just get it from the procurement officer in that sector. Procurement is decentralized to the sectors. What I know is that it's around 2.5 million shillings that we're talking
Who
about.
signed this management response, Governor? I can see the signature of Asha Abdi.
Yes.
Is
she's
Asha
here.
Abdi in the room?
Yes, Chair,
So,
present.
Asha Abdi, are you responsible for this management response?
Yes, I have submitted.
Of course, it is the governor's response, but you're the one who put it together.
Yes.
What are you telling us here?
Chair, maybe I can just shed light on this. Procurement is currently decentralized at the county. Requisitions are done by the sectors. We have fully implemented e-procurement end to end, and therefore the user department actually carries that function from the point of requisition to contract management. So could be that's why the director.
Yes, there is
supply chain-
decentralization, but
Yes.
what's the point of convergence as far as the PFM is concerned?
The director supply chain
Yes,
management.
so you cannot run away from that responsibility. Where you delegate duties, responsibility still remains, accountability, and is it accountability or responsibility? Remains at the center. So tell us, you have spent 51 million to buy a printing press in 2016, 2017. Perhaps some of you were not in the county government. What are you doing to make this thing work?
So if I can answer the question, one, we do not do any advertisement unless there's a budget provision for it, simply because if you're doing e-procurement, then there's no way you can advertise for a project without a budget. So the budget for this project is actually 2.5 million. It is at initial stages of procurement. Advertisement was actually done on 8th of April and closed on 14th April. We are yet to close on this tender, but at least the procurement process has started to ensure that these machines are actually put to use because the services are required by the county.
What was the intended objective of this machine?
The printing machines?
Yes.
Printing?
So, Chair, if I can...
Sorry, yeah, just explain. The amount of money spent.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
because it's a value for money question.
Actually, it's a value for money question. And I believe the thought behind this was to ensure that the county minimizes its recurrent expenditure on printing. From experience, every sector was actually outsourcing for printing services and spending quite colossal amounts of money to suppliers, while these services could easily have been provided in-house. So that is the reason behind.
Have an
procuring
indication of
those
how much we spend
printers.
every year on printing services?
I don't have that information at the moment, but we can have it availed, Senator Sifuna.
Why must it be only at the basement and not in any of your other county government facilities?
Currently, there is availability of space at the City Hall basement.
Chair, the
No,
governor.
but you have to spend millions to make it ready.
The governor has hosted us in some of the rooms at City Hall. They have very high ceilings. I don't know why we need to demolish basements. We can
There's
push that
nothing
machine
being
into one of
demolished.
those.
The 2.5 million is to create, to create space for it, at the basement. And all the printing requests,
Governor,
the printing needs are. Sorry,
No. I think I want us to, Governor, please crack the whip on your team. This thing, you have inherited a skunk, but you are still carrying it around. You need to get rid of it because 51 million in 2016, obsolescence, whatever, if it's technology, if it had movable parts, if there's been no service, if it's not been used for that duration, you will go and repurpose your bed sitter, then you find that the thing is not working.
Yes, Chair, you can imagine an entire term of office of somebody and the NMS and everything in between didn't even use these machines. This is from 16, 17. So 17, 18, 18, 19, these are, 51 million of Kenyans money, yet people are still printing things. In fact, you must check if there are printers who are connected to people who, get that contract to keep printing and make the machine deliberately not work, So what we're coming to do is to say, okay, look, we have these machines, can we make them work? Chair, when I got in our data center, for instance, had not been utilized. It was not being utilized. World Bank spent so much money in making us have a proper data center. Now that we've, activated it and put, all whatever we need to use it for, is only realizing these machines brought to us during Kidero's time are now getting obsolete. They have been quiet. In fact, my discussion with World Bank is like, look, you put money in this project for us to use technology. For the last 5 years, it has not been activated. Kindly extend to me fresh machines. There's a Nairobi addressing system, physical planning, the addressing and street naming system. For 5 years, it had been installed in a room that was locked. And then we went and opened up that room. We are the second city in Africa to have a physical addressing system. But for 5 years, in fact, the guys who did it here, we were the first, because it was not being implemented. They went to implement it in Kigali, in Rwanda. So, Chair, these are things I have found, and I am, we can say what I inherited, I will not call it a skunk. But there was a problem from leadership to inspiration, because the same people have been able to improve on many things. Chair, in the first financial year we got into office, of course, the election was in August, September, whatnot, I was able, with the same people, to raise the highest revenue in 5 years. With the same people. This financial year, which is the second one, as of today, I've already surpassed that record. And I still have 2 months.
Let's not go there. We have said revenue will have a separate conversation.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ukulima Market. Is that Marikiti? Weights and measures equipment at Ukulima Market. Auditor General, what's the issue here?
Chair, I read the entire.
Yeah.
Yes. So during the year under review, management paid an amount of Kenya shillings 17,206,000 in respect to supply, installation and commissioning of weights and measures equipment at the Ukulima Market. The installation works commenced on 31st May 2019 for a period of 3 months. The scope of works included foundation, civil works, costing, weight office building works, supply of weighbridge deck and sensors, CCTV system, setup costing, equipment installation and calibration, 4 dormant platforms, and 10 electronic counter scales. Physical inspection of the markets carried out in the month of November 2022 revealed that machines with a cost of Kenya shilling 7,696,000, comprising of equipment installation and calibration, 4 dormant platforms, and 10 electronic counter scales had not been installed. Further, it was observed that the partial machines which have been installed did not have enough space for vehicle to negotiate corners, since the entry point to the market was occupied by a private developer. Further, the market has never been put into use, and this exposed the already completed works to vandalism and deterioration. In addition, whereas the works had been supervised by Nairobi Metropolitan Services, the payment for the works was made by the Nairobi City County Executive. No evidence was provided to confirm that NMS had authorized the county to pay. In the circumstance, it was not possible to confirm value for money of expenditure totaling to Kenya shillings 17,206,000. Thank you, Chair.
What's the county's response?
Sifo.
Thank you, Chair. Contract for supply, delivery, installation, and commissioning of weights and measures equipment was awarded to Gokan Technical Services Limited in the month of October 2016 with a price schedule. The installation works commenced on 31st May 2019 for a period of 3 months, and the scope included foundation civil works, way office building works, supply of weighbridge decks and sensors, CCTV system setup and equipment installation and calibration. These works were indeed supervised by engineers from the then NMS, as evidenced by Annex 1 attached on appointment of resident engineer by the Director, Public Works and Transport. Supply of 4 dormant platforms and 10 electronic counter scales were done through the delivery note by the contractor to the County General Stores on the 27th July 2018, Annex 2 attached. A recent visit to the General Stores confirmed the existence of the said equipment at the stores. The dormant platforms and electronic counter scales were to be utilized at Kangundo Road Wholesale Market, which was later converted into a retail market. Upon completion of the works, the Director Public Works and Transport informed the CCO Trade to appoint an inspection and acceptance team, which was then constituted and issued a certificate as documented in Annex 3. The contractor had no mandate to get rid of the developer blocking access to the weighbridge, the only access being one way to and from the platform.
Would you just expound on your last sentence?
Chair, the last sentence, the last paragraph, basically just highlights appointment of an inspection and acceptance team to ensure that those supplies were actually delivered at the stores.
Last sentence.
The last sentence is on the contractor blocking the road.
Blocking?
Blocking the entrance.
Well, yeah, just explain that. I'm trying to make sense of it. And Governor knows who taught me English. Must have been the same person who taught him English. TFO, what's that? What's that statement about?
Maybe I can try and assist Chairman. This equipment, although we are talking about Wakulima market,
I hope you're restricting yourself. I hope you're restricting yourself to the last sentence.
Yes.
Okay.
So this dormant platform, a decision had been made to move it to the Kangundo Road Wholesale Market. That's the new market in Kangundo Road. But the way the market was designed, there was where the market was built, and then there was an area outside that was supposed to provide access. But there was a building there that I think there had been negotiations about how it could be gotten rid of. Not a county building, but a building that was owned by a private person. So this last sentence is the fact that because that building was standing, there was no access to take that equipment into that Kangundo Road market. And Chair, as of today, that building has since been demolished.
Whose building was that? Is that our land or private land?
It was county land, but it over the years somebody had built private.
Honorable Governor, when you say the contractor did not have the mandate to get rid of a developer, that mandate is with somebody in this room to reclaim public land.
Yeah, so you know Kangundo Road Market. In the middle there was a building, what we used to call Mama Uhuru building. And there was, back and forth in terms of her compensation. She made it political with the former president, etc. But we finally brought down the building. Before you do a demolition, sometimes you have to get concurrence from the regional police and whatnot, the administration. And so you'd find one side pulling back. But we made a firm decision. We've since demolished that building because she had been compensated a different site. The market is very vibrant now, but it needs this, weighing machines because there's a component of wholesale that we're doing on that side. So that has been done. And so this installation should be going on for the weighbridge, because that is why we demolished the building.
Vice Chair,
Governor, so the question was, I think it was under public participation, that this one was supposed to be Ukulima Market. So what happens to your people who wanted to have this service within Ukulima Market? Since what you had procured on behalf of Ukulima Market, you are taking it into Kangundo. Number two, who incurred this private developer? Was she or he? You said he for she or she for he. Was he or she compensated, or you just demolished and that was it? And now you have access to this Kangundo Market. And finally, my final question is, so on these aspects, are there that you are able to put in Ukulima Market? Like there were so many like CCTV system, equipment standard calibration, 10 electronic counter scales. Are you taking all of it to Kangundo, or some were put in Ukulima Market to ensure the service of your people are then gotten within the Ukulima? Because I would have expected that by the time it was being procured, although you are here with us, then by the time it was being procured, there was a need assessment for that Ukulima Market. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Methu.
Maybe a quick one. I don't see in the response of the county executive where the answer to this question that has been raised by the Auditor General, the works had been supervised by the NMS, but payment was done by the Nairobi City County Executive, and no evidence was provided to confirm that NMS had authorized the county to pay.
Okay. Governor, very brief responses. I'd committed to the members that would be done by 5:30. We might just extend that by 5 minutes max. Proceed, Governor.
Yeah, Chair, administrative decisions can be made on where you want to use this equipment and on how a market is going to be activated. The thinking in the county has been that to even reduce a lot of the congestion in the CBD, to have these wholesale markets, more of them out in the outskirts. And that is why Kangundo Road Market is also going to be wholesale, hence the installation of that weighbridge. We also have Mutwini Market, which is currently ongoing at 244 million shillings in Dagoretti South. It is strategically located on the bypass. We have Maji Mazuri coming up. And the number we promised to do 20, and we are on course. Chair, on the issue of then what happens to Wakulima, Wakulima Market is actually being relocated in its entirety. It's being pushed further down because of the railway city plan. The railway city that is coming, right away of the railway station, and Wakulima is close by there, has taken that land, but the financing agreement from the British government has provided resources to build a new Wakulima market. And so the new one will come with all of these specifications, way bridges, cameras, etc. So what we have, it is prudent for us now to move to Kangundo Road Market so that it is used better. These decisions have to be made. You know, when you come in and find these things are in stores, what is the best use of it? And if you find, Chair, just as a segue, the kind of things we found in stores even helped me put up the first ICU. The machines had always been there, but no one had been able to bring A and B and C together and create a solution for Nairobians. Chair, on the question of the NMS payment, that the works was supervised by NMS, but payment done by the city county executive, I'll ask because I've not seen that response, I'll ask the chief officer of finance or the CC to just respond on that. Though I know there are a number of issues that you'll find. You see, for instance, this one, if it started in 2019, you know that it started before NMS. And it's an ongoing contract that has been contracted by NCCG. Some of these contracts were not novated. There was no deed of novation to move them to NMS. So the engineers at NMS, many of whom are still county engineers, would supervise work that is still being done by the county, but the payments would be done by the county, by NCCG, not by NMS. You have a number of contracts like those that just started right before the NMS period, Chair.
I think that should suffice. There was one final matter that the Senator for Nairobi has brought to my attention, contract for an existent road. Contract for an existent road. What we want to confirm, Governor, is whether the contract that has been cited there, if it was awarded and if payments were made. Auditor General, and a contract for an existent road, can you confirm whether payments were made against the contract? You have cited contract for an existent road.
Chair, there is no indication that payments were made, but contracts were entered into and signed.
So contracts were executed without mentioning the specific roads to be done.
Exactly,
Chair. It was an open check. Governor, can you confirm whether payments were made on this contract?
I'll ask the Chief Officer Works. This actually is finance because it's all development. Do you have Engineer Aston? I'll ask for the Director of World Development Program to come. These are, if you look at the reference and the contract number, that's a World Development Program contract in Mlango Kubwa.
Just confirm whether payments were made for these non-existent roads.
That's what I've asked for. The director.
Is the gentleman joining us now?
Just sit down.
Thank you, Chair. The payment from Mlango Kubwa was not done.
And there's evidence of termination of contract?
Yeah.
So shouldn't that then shouldn't that have been provided to the Auditor General so that it stops being alarming? That's what you should have done. A letter terminating the contract.
Chair, what I'm interested in more is if the need for roads in Mlango Kubwa went away. Because if it didn't, then we should be seeing fresh procurement, because the response from the governor there is that the contractor failed to commence works, and perhaps that would be the basis for termination of contract. But I'm sure the roads are still needed. So what has been done since then?
There are still WTP projects in Mlango Kubwa. There are quite a number. I think the engineer Kimathi, in fact, I was supposed to open one this week. That's completed. but Engineer Kimathi can give us a list of the ongoing and completed projects. 2019-20 is a while back. I know the current MCA and the ward committees there have, certain projects that we are undertaking, including roads.
Yeah, we have loans that we've completed in Mlango Kubwa thereafter, that even in 2022-2023, we've completed loans in Mlango Kubwa, and we are starting new projects in the same ward. So the issue of the need for the loan is still there, and we are continuing with that, the program, the One Development Program.
Honorable members, Nairobi is a complex organization, and review of the Auditor General's report will never be as swift as it is for the other counties, because Nairobi has a bigger budget. During this period, there was a complication of NMS. Nairobi has got a huge on-source revenue stream. And that is why at the beginning, we agreed that we must, to provide closure to the 2 financial years, we must still have a conversation on revenue to look at the 8.9 billion that Nairobi received. And we must also have another conversation with NMS to account for the 11 billion that was transferred to the NMS. I want to propose that the issues that we have not interrogated orally, we will look at the written responses for both financial years, where the Auditor General feels that there is a very material matter that needs further clarification. We will put those issues together so that when we come back for the interrogation of the revenue statement, or when we come back for the interrogation of the 11 billion NMS transfer, then we can deal with the remnants that require further clarification by the county government. If there's an issue which the Auditor General feels has been resolved, we shall mark it as such. If there's an issue which the Auditor General strongly feels is still outstanding, and the records before us cannot change that position, then we shall make a declaration as such. If that is agreeable, I would just want to point out one other thing, Governor. Your contingent liabilities are not properly stated. It's 21 billion, but you have excluded litigation in progress. Your county attorney is present.
No. The county solicitor is here.
How many matters are active and live in court for and against the county government of Nairobi? Because as I asked that, because this would be important for our next session, I want you, Governor, to, if you're looking at the financial statements, to look at the note on contingent liabilities. For your contingent liability, Governor, far exceeds the 21 billion that has been reported. County attorney or solicitor, how many active matters do you have for and against the county?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you have rightly said, that actually the contingent liabilities, actually it normally changes because legal matters are dynamic in the sense that there are those actually may have been concluded, but actually they may proceed in another matter in terms of execution. However, the active cases that actually we are having in our registry now is about 700.
700?
Yes.
So as far as disclosure is concerned, there needs to be some estimate because each matter there is a value, there is an amount at stake. So what the finance department ought to update, the legal department ought to update the finance department is in the likely or unlikely event that the case is determined, what would be the implication on the county? So court cases against the county cannot be zero. It needs to be disclosed. And sometimes it's an estimate based on the matters before court. So, Governor Sakaja, you might find that your potential liabilities far exceed your revenue of 29. Was it 29 billion? It's a serious risk. It's a serious risk to the existence of Nairobi City County. So I just want to emphasize that that disclosure needs to be made. We've been talking of 21 billion, but that excludes litigation in progress. Now, I want to hear from the CPAs whether we have the same understanding as far as disclosure of litigation in progress is concerned. Who's the head of reporting?
Thank you, Chair. The 21 billion pending bills for legal, these are determined cases. Some of them are decreed or sums are garnishee orders. But what we have currently on ongoing cases, these cases are not quantified, and that's why we did not include them in that particular year.
Auditor General, how do you treat litigation in progress?
Chair, if you go to the financial statements on page 23, under significant accounting policies, they have already indicated what should go there. One of it, if I read, is a possible obligation that arises from past event and whose existence will be confirmed only by occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more uncertain future events, not wholly within the control of the entity. So rightfully, if there are cases in court that might have a financial implication, they should be disclosed.
You are also a member of the Institute?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, because some, even under that note, some of the contingent liabilities may arise from litigation in progress. So you might be talking of 21 billion as having been determined and established. So they'll be in account payable.
Yes.
But what is the estimate? Because it's more of a risk management practice, that if all these cases were to go against the county government of Nairobi, will the entity continue to exist? So that disclosure is important. Court cases against the county cannot be zero. And I think that the governor must demand that visibility, must demand that disclosure. It does not mean that you're going to pay, but you must make some reasonable estimates so that in the event that occurs, you are able to make financial arrangements to settle that obligation. So your contingent liabilities far exceed 21 billion. And Auditor General, I think you need to demand for that disclosure in subsequent reporting cycles.
Chair, I want to confirm that during the verification that will be carried out before.
Governor Sakaja, I want to say thank you for coming for this meeting, because it's been a meeting we wanted to hold. I've only one very important request to make to you. You're amongst the young leaders who've been given an opportunity. The expectation is very high on you. I really wish that you do your best. I know you mean well, because I've been with you for now, I think 3 days, Chair, going through different committees and listening to you. I hope that the team sitting behind you, I hope that team understands that we are not joking anymore. We will hold you to account, and we want Nairobi to be a very good city. Thank you, sir.
Now, okay. Senator Dulo.
2 minutes.
Okay.
I must say that you have tried. Yeah? I think for the last one, is it 1 week or for the last week, we had counties appeared before us. And majority of the governors were referring the response to their chief officers and CECs. But from what we are seeing today, I must say you have tried. Keep it up. It looks like you are actually on top of things. And I'm sure if you continue like that, and also holding the officers under you accountable, which is a very good thing. So keep it up. Wish you all the best, despite the challenges. Thank you.
Since the senator for Nairobi carries, we have donated all our time to him, he might make a very lengthy speech. So I will prefer the governor to come first, closing remarks, and then we wind up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't think I have much to add. I vied for the position of Governor of Nairobi. I knew what I was going for. When I made the decision to vie for Senator of Nairobi, I was with you in Belfast or Londonderry, one of the two places in Northern Ireland. And I remember I was chairing a meeting, but I chose not to chair that particular session, and I was scribbling on a long notepad. That time, we were in the same committee. You're a senator, I was a member of the National Assembly, but chair of the Cohesion Committee and Equal Opportunities. I understand my city of Nairobi. For many years, our city has been on a free fall, especially following 1992 elections, when the ruling party then lost grip of the capital. And so there's been a lot of systemic decline in our city over those years, whether it is in matters of land, in matters of fiduciary, issues. And so when I took this task, I knew what I was going to face and what is ahead of me. As you've seen, from 2013 to 2018, Nairobi has been getting disclaimer opinions. It's been a mess. From 2018 to 2022 has been also equally a problem. But when you're faced with such a task, what do? You summon the best that you can put together. Of course, you believe in God, but you must have a plan on how to sort out this city. This city will be sorted out by ourselves. And that's what I keep telling my team. It is true, most of the staff in the county, apart from the chief officers and not all chief officers, some chief officers had even been there, and I promoted them. But apart from chief officers, CECs and advisors, most of the staff have been there. Just this weekend, there was a celebration of Team 89, inspectorate officers who joined in 1989. And many are there, some have retired, 35 years ago. To bring change, there is no instant thing you can do. It is an ideal situation, but there is no magic wand that is waved to change a city like Nairobi. But I'm happy that I can be able to track progress that we've made, significant in many, many areas, whether it is in healthcare. Chair, in healthcare, we have things that have never been seen before. Nairobi had no ICU. Kenyatta is what used to be seen as ICU. We have now more than one intensive care unit. The lifts at Pumwani last worked when I was born, Chair. Now they are back working. Our ladies can go to theater. We've introduced the position of CEOs in our hospitals. And there's been transformation because we just had boards and medical superintendents. Medical superintendents are doctors. And so sometimes they may not look at the holistic nature of running a hospital, from the gate to the customer service, to supply chain, to the issues of human resource, to technology. Those changes are taking time, but they're being felt. In 10 years, from 2013 to the time I became governor, scholarships and bursaries in Nairobi were given worth 3 billion. But in less than 10 months, I was able to more than half that. We've given scholarships and bursaries 1.88 billion. People around this city who had never felt the county, they had never felt evolution, now are wondering, also, actually, my child can get a bursary thrice a year. It used to be given once in 3 years. Now it's given 3 times a year. Every term, 2.5 million first term, 2.5 million second term, 2 million third term. 1 out of 4 children in Nairobi were not going to school because of hunger, Chair. Most interventions to deal with hunger had been focused in the arid areas. That's why even the department in the ministry is called nomadic education something, We said it when we were in the Senate that we need to do a feeding program. In fact, I'm very pleased that if you look at the Hansard when Senator Wambua had brought the mung beans bill, I spoke about how Nairobi will be buying ndengu from Kitui, which we are doing. Chair, in less than a year, we're able to build 10 kitchens We're able now to feed 184,000 children every single day at 5 shillings. We've been able to get significant support towards that program. School enrollment has gone up from 250,000 to 310,000 just in the second phase of the school feeding program. In the third phase of that program, Chair, we're going to make sure, because we've now broken ground to another 7 kitchens, we're going to make sure that all children in public schools are fed, and then the public schools become satellites to the informal schools, update schools. When I say Nairobi was on a free fall, there's no explanation why Nairobi has 210 public primary schools, yet we have 17 constituencies, 85 wards. If you look at maybe some of your constituencies in your counties, one constituency might have 100. But how do we sort out that challenge? Do we say, let us not feed these ones because we can't feed everyone? Today we've increased that enrollment. We're now building 5,000 classrooms. The national government committed, and they put 1 billion for classrooms. We have put 500 million, and every year 1,500 classrooms. Meaning by the end of this first term, we'll possibly have left more classrooms than I found when I became governor of Nairobi. So, Chair, the challenges are numerous. This is a city whose last master plan was done in 1976. The last physical master plan of the city, following the 1948 master plan. We have now gotten resources to do the next master plan of the city through the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And that's why in 2 weeks we're going to be accompanying the national government to the US. NMS made an attempt to do those master plans. New plan is a foundation for planning. But that was not done. We have $60 million now just to do that proper master planning for our city in 12 months. And after that, we secured $700 to $800 million to implement it. A city that had not been planned looking forward, of course, would have the challenges that we see today, that there's no water. People are wondering, Chairman, why is it that the dams are full of water, but the water rationing is going on? And when you try to explain that, very few then understand that, first of all the water that we receive in Nairobi must be treated through a treatment plant. In fact, because of the rain in Gatere Forest and the debris in the Chania River, our production capacity at Ngedu has moved down from 18,700 cubic meters per hour to 17,400. And that's why we're able to get NOS to go and clear, help us clear that. Because of that lack of planning, Chair, as I go to conclude, I know I've taken time, Nairobi had only 4 sources of this water that we talk about. 3 of them done by the colonialists. Kikuyu Springs done in 1904 to 1910, 6,000 cubic meters to the city. Ruiru Dam done in 1928. Sasumo done in 1958, 60 million liters per day. Those 3 were done before we got independence. When we got independence, the only project that had been done was was Ndakaine, done between 1994 and 1997, producing 84% of our water. But it was done with a view of a population of the year 2002, which was 2 million Nairobians. So every day we get 525.6 million liters against a demand now that has gone to 900 million liters a day. What have you been able to do within this 1 year and how many months? Almost 1.5 or just slightly above. Maybe 20 months to be exact. We've unlocked the first project that was being done after that period of Northern Collector 1 to add 140 million liters to bridge that gap of water. We have secured, and that process is now ongoing, support to do Northern Collector 2 and Maragua 4, which adds 220 million liters of water. But the next 1 million liters of water also must be looked at. Our engineers, for instance, at Nairobi Water have designed one of the programs at Ngevu, where we lose 30 million liters of water every day because of the filtration system. Just at 2 billion is now going to bring back that 30 million liters, half of Senator Medhu's Sasumwa in his county, just at 2 billion shillings back into the grid. The future will not plan itself, Chair. The challenges are there for the city, but the opportunities are there for us. We hope that, Chair, even to engage the Senate, my senator, our members of parliament, resident associations, there are so many stakeholders, that this year, with our Vision 2050, we can then now look at Nairobi. By the year 2050, with a population of 10.5 million people, what needs to be done today, moving that way? So Nairobi is a peculiar city. As you said, I saw a report saying that our revenue is that of 30 counties combined. The GDP of Nairobi is $28 billion. Rwanda as a country is $11 billion. Burundi as a country is $2 billion. We're engaging financiers out there saying, look, you can support Nairobi directly. We want to come to you, and I gave a presentation to the devolution committee. We want to come to you on how you can enable us as a county move beyond the limitations of municipal financing that this city needs. Unless we get significant financing, it has been raining, people are talking about drainage. To expand the drainage to the extent that we'd want is billions of shillings. So unless we can be able to discount our future income, we know for sure we'll never get less than 20 billion a year, whether or not we collect on-source revenue. And I've told you it is going up. Unless we can be able to do that, we've gotten transactional advisors. We'll need the Senate to support us in that process. So, Chair, there are many things that I can talk about, but let me not talk about it. But just to underscore, I've been a senator longer than I've been a governor. I've been a legislator. Leadership needs bold decisions to be made. You find a situation, you look at it, you address it. While addressing it also, you must make sure you create political stability, for you to be able to implement it. Unlike NMS, whatever was there, we are not military, we have to work with the people. Then, whatever entity was there was not a threat politically to anyone. No one was trying to pull it down. But now that where we are, and I'm very happy that despite a lot of misinformation that has been out there, the Senate, and particularly your committee, has been objective enough to look at the issues. I want to conclude by saying that I'm very happy that this notion or idea that the county government of Nairobi or the governor of Nairobi does not want to be held accountable. I hope that that is debunked. Chair, I've come to the Senate more than any other governor. This is today is possibly my 13th appearance in this financial year, to different and various committees. Out of 15 invites, in fact, for you, you said one invite, that was missed, or two. We are ready for accountability, being accountable. And I keep telling you, audit is a tool to help the county. But I want my officers to know that no one will protect you again. Everybody must answer for themselves. Everybody must must be able to answer for the actions they take, no matter who is your boss. And that is why everybody signs a performance agreement. I have performance contracts with my CECs. They have in turn signed performance contract with the chief officers up until director level. So I want to thank you for your cooperation. The Senate really can support Nairobi County in many counties. If governors understand what the true essence of Senate is, I think we can actually make our counties work, and we can make Nairobi work. So thank you for your patience. We've taken a whole day, but just to let you know that I'm available to come. And in fact, I was telling the Committee of Devolution, I will also proactively invite the committees and even this committee to look at specific issues in order to help us be better at serving Mwananchi. Our citizens sometimes are not very patient in terms of what they want, everything now. But we must also, as political leaders, carry them along and let them know this is what we're doing, this is the progress we're making. We're not there. And sometimes we may falter, but we've moved from point A to point B and we're moving to point C. That is the essence of leadership, Chair. So I want to thank you so much for your time.
These guys have been here from morning. It is not always necessary to put out your view of your achievements at every point. I can assure you, when Nairobi works, it will not come from you. You will be hearing it from the people of Nairobi that in Embakasi South it is working, in North it is working, in Dagoretti it is working. So personally, I would encourage you that some of these issues that you raise, we have differences of opinion as to how well they're working, but I think it is within your right can I use the word trumpet, or I will be ruled out of order? Some of the things that you are doing in order for the city to work. But when this city works, Governor, you will never have to say it, I can assure you, because you will be hearing it from the people themselves. So I want to thank the members of the committee for their patience, because as the chair has said, we have a very, very unique county here in Nairobi, and some of the stories that have emerged, you can see from the discussion that they are very unique. They don't happen anywhere else. And Governor, I think our responsibility as leadership is to paint the correct picture of the state of affairs of the county of Nairobi so that we can be helped. When I'm trying to convince my colleagues here, and I'm happy that this year we were in consonance, to vote for higher resources to go to the counties, they should be in the picture of some of these challenges that we're going through. If I am trying to convince a senator from Lamu that we are not the same, that our electricity bill alone is equivalent to his equitable share, then it helps when we paint this picture for everyone, for us to know the sort of situation we are in. Some of the discussions here, and you yourself have admitted, there is just some embarrassing things that go on in our county that no one can be proud of. If you buy a machine that you know very well cannot fit in any of the premises you have, how do you explain that? So it is important for us to bring out the challenges we are facing as a county so that we can actually be helped. And specifically for this committee, Governor, this committee has been extremely helpful to you and your county government. From the decision of NMS on pending bills, that happened before this committee. The question of upbed schools is happening, the conversation is happening in the Senate. Me and the MP for Madare are sponsoring an amendment to the Education Act to recognize those schools so that you don't have an excuse as to why you're not feeding the kids in those schools. The question of Mama Margaret Kenyatta Hospital was resolved in our Senate Health Committee, chaired by Senator Mandago. And of course, the passage of the extra resources for this county. So my encouragement is that you need to paint the actual picture. In Nairobi, nobody is going to be patient with you. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat that it's only been 1.5 years. This is one of those counties that you build the boat as you sail, because nobody is going to wait for you. At the end of the day, somebody who requires those services, the roads, the medicine, the healthcare, is not going to sit back and say, oh, by the way, our governor is still dealing with the NMS problems. We must work on these problems progressively as we move on. So for me, really, I don't want to speak further than that. We just hope that finally we will unlock the formula to make sure that this city works. I thank you, Chair.
Just to staying with us for this long, this has been one of the longest meetings. Governor, when I look at the functions and powers of county governments in the fourth schedule...
Excuse me, Chair. Please don't forget to remind the governor that he has not paid money for flock.
Yes. I was going to come to that. When you look at functions and powers of county governments, all those functions from number 1 to number 14, Nairobi County has got something to do with it, has got a function, has got a service to deliver. Unlike some counties, there are some counties without cinemas, without libraries, without museums, without parks and recreation facilities. And Nairobi has to offer services from agriculture to liquor, all the way to, I think it goes all the way to control of drugs and pornography. That is not a problem in some counties, but it is a problem and a demand in Nairobi City.